What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. It's a somber one. Oh gosh, that what an entry, right? I almost wish I could redo it. If I could, I would. I'm not going to. But that is this game. Whoa. Guys, we made it, right? We made it to the end of the Matt Nagy tenure. We did it. We're at the end. This was it? Like there is no fixing this. There is no fixing this. We're going to get into this so full disclosure, because I love you guys, and most of the audience joins later in the stream anyways. So this will be for just you early birds to hear. I had a really awful week at work. I really did. I have had, normal career has not let me rewatch as much of the game as I want to. But I had time to watch the Bears offense. That's part of why I put together that little thing, the new Tyler Brace type of video, right? The Hey Song one. That was cathartic, by the way. I hopefully you guys got the chance to see it. I'm sure it was just a smidge reactionary, but no, for everybody who's saying maybe it's a good thing, there's a lot of awesome in this Bears defense. There really is. We're going to talk about it. I haven't even watched it, and we could just, go all the way through, and we will find awesomeness in this Bears defense, because what Sean Desai is doing to create pressure and to create coverage opportunities inside of a defense that shouldn't be playing this well against a Bears offense that is dead on, It's really impressive. Brian, I had the chance to watch JT's. I didn't get the chance to watch Kurt Warner's yet, but I've got plenty of my own opinions. I want to just hit you guys with the headline, right? I want to hit my headline on this Nagy tenure, right? I talked about this in our Discord. I don't know if you are or aren't in the RPO Discord. If you are, maybe you saw me say it the other day. But the big key here is that I tend to think that almost anyone who watches, whether it's Bears football or football in general, I've seen this with college football at bazillions of different schools. I've seen this across different teams, across different coaches. Everybody always wants to talk about play calling, right? They want to say that, what are we doing? Running the ball inside on 4th and 1. That's the most obvious play call in football. And then you run it outside, that gets stuffed, and everybody goes, why didn't you just run it inside? Goodness gracious. I mean, God forbid you throw the ball on 3rd or 4th down with where you could have run it. People scrutinize play calls all the time. They really do. And if you've followed this channel at all, you know that more often than not, I will find myself going to bat for, well, technically, the play call could have worked, but that's not the point anymore. Because the real key to this monologue, right, is that I am exhausted of watching the Chicago Bears look like they have no idea how to play football. I am exhausted of watching the offensive line have no idea how to pass block. I have no idea why it is that we can't seem to put anybody in. It's not about position to succeed. It has stopped being about position to succeed. It started being about how in the world did Allen Robinson get so mushy on his option routes? Why is Cole Kmet totally incapable of separating from his man? How is David Montgomery or what's he doing not driving on an option route? Why does Justin Fields, when he's playing the Browns, apparently not have his internal clock on? There's tons of this stuff. It goes back to, it really goes back to the Mitch era, the Foles era especially. Goodness gracious. I mean, we could go back. I know, Ryan, we saw 2 QB runs in one screen. There is a lot. This was the worst called game I've ever seen from Nagy, but all it ever did was remind me of all these games where I said, well, the call it didn't work here, but it could work if this person hits their assignment, and I just don't care anymore, because that's been the problem. The problem is that Foles can't hit a deep route, and he never, or at least it doesn't seem like he ever will on time. And if he does place the throw well, the receiver ran the wrong route, or the pass blocking didn't go or work, or somebody just fanned and went in the wrong direction. Rashad Coward steps left and everybody else steps right. I mean, goodness gracious, it's the sort of thing that I keep looking at, and I'm just completely broken when it comes to watching this offense and expecting any of the teaching to get any better. I mean, it's the same idea, right, as you could copy Bill Belichick's scheme, but you can't copy Bill Belichick's attention to detail, right? The Chicago Bears have almost never gotten all 11 guys on the same page under the Nagy tenure, and we're tired of talking. If you're like me, we're tired of saying, well, if Marquise Goodwin actually reads if he reads the correct direction, maybe he'll score. Nope. Nuh-uh. At some point, you have to put results on the field. At some point, you've got to stop trying to run everything through an almost 40-year-old offense, right? Like, Reed is one of the primary people running West Coast offense, sure, but that means that when Nagy tries to run it, it's dated. I mean, there's nothing new or fresh about what the Bears are doing on offense. And whenever it is, it's like they're copying somebody else's work. If they mix in a McVay concept, it's like Nagy watched the film and tried to teach it like Sean McVay does, and it looks like it. Or Kyle Shanahan, he tries to teach it like Kyle Shanahan might, but he's guessing, right? And if he tries to, and at the end of the day, if you're where I am, it's over. There's no more of this. It is time for change, because at this point, even if you think that Matt Nagy isn't a terrible human being, I mean, I don't, right? He's a human. I'm sure he's trying. I don't think he's intentionally I don't think that Matt Nagy sits in his room talking to his wife and kids going, I fleeced him again today, didn't I? And chuckles and just scoops up his money and throws it into the air or something. But then I look at it and I say to myself, but at the same time, at the end of the day, I have no confidence that you couldn't pick up most offensive coaches, bring them in, and have them do at least as good a job. At least as good. There's no reason for me to think that whether it's Brian Daboll or Joe Brady or Greg Roman or Byron Leftwich or whoever, pick your favorite, right? Pull them up from college. Don't. It could be anybody. And I tend to think that at the absolute median, they will do as well as Nagy, which to say, not well at all. So there's a lot to go through here. Because exactly like you're saying, Akusai, I mean, there are times that the Bears will pull out decent play calls sometimes, but it's not as much about play calls as it is about adjustments, as it is about, honestly, in this game, I don't know about you guys, I felt like the offensive line just looked completely brainless. I mean, not just the offensive line, but the offensive game plan. It was one of those who do you guys think you are kinds of game plans? Because when you start to watch this game, and we will, you start to see that somehow it feels like the Bears told Justin Fields he was going to have time in the pocket. I mean, I can't explain it any other way. How did nobody tell Justin Fields he was facing Myles Garrett and Takk McKinley and so many other Browns pass rushers that are that are so good, and they thought that they were going to have time in the pocket, and Fields didn't need to keep his head on a swivel. I mean, drives me wild. Jeremy, thank you so much for donating. You're the bomb. When you're on the positive end, you tend to kind of think so, but yeah, I've hit the point where I'm just exhausted because exactly, but Bob, kind of like you're saying, I've hit the point where it's at this stage, I would like to see the wide receivers block one play properly. There are so many things that you could do or say about this Bears offense, whether it's running a screen properly. I saw somebody say that earlier in the chat, right? Can they run a screen? Can they get 1 yard on a wide receiver reverse? Can they run inside zone and get more than 4 yards one time, more than 3 yards. I mean, it's the sort of thing that I look at and I say there are so many basic things that this offense can't do, hasn't done, that show us that they're not getting better. And personally, it begins to not be about skill sets or talent when all of a sudden you say to yourself, well, the wide receivers have never been able to block, but at one point it was Allen Robinson and Taylor Gabriel and Anthony Miller and so on and so forth, but now it's Allen Robinson and Darnell Mooney and Marquise Goodwin and Damiere Byrd. And no, they're not big, strong, hulking, massive players. But when San Fran and Kansas City can get a decent block out of Tyreek Hill once in a blue moon, I would tend to think that the Bears could do the same. Even just once or twice, right? So, lot to go through. I realize now that I've started with a 15-minute vent. But there are tons of these points. Just so we're clear, I wish that I had a graphic. If I was full-time on this, I would have had so many kooky little graphics that we could have run out right now about how hey, parental advisory warning, Justin Fields didn't play well. And I'm not about to excuse him because I don't think it's fair, right? We didn't excuse Trubisky. We didn't excuse Foles. I tried to be as fair with Foles as possible. It's probably a little too positive about Foles, but I've talked about that. And we're not going to just give Fields some massive pass, right? But when I look at this game plan, I keep finding myself staring at a player who should never have been asked to play RPO quick game. Because yes, he can do it at OSU and showed that he could, but if you ask me, against a Browns team, I was just not going to be the way that you were going to find success with Justin Fields, and we can go through that. I mean, there are so many plays we could pull up if you guys want me to. I could pull up OSU film. There are so many things that Justin Fields showed. That's part of why, if you look at the agenda, I want to see if we can get to looking at a little bit of Russell Wilson film as a rookie. Because I think he and Justin Fields played remarkably similar games in terms of just the way they operated. And I want to use it as a comparison point because, hot take, Baker Mayfield, Justin Fields, and Russell Wilson all need the same protection when they were young. Baker Mayfield still kind of does. If the Bears had run, just hint, if the Bears had run that Baker Mayfield defense or offense, I don't know. Tend to think Fields would have been more comfortable. But let's go ahead and get into it. We've got a whole lot of things to cover. We have got we have got a whole offense that produced 1 passing yard to cover. So grab yourself a beverage, mine is water, and let's get into it. All right, so let's do this thing. Taking a look at my handy-dandy no sheet. Larry Borum, talking about him. When he comes back, I can't imagine he won't start, but I don't know if that means he's good, because that's not really the point. Generally speaking, when I look at... right, exactly, Glenn. Completely agree. It's not planned. It's not good. But so, yeah, let's see. Hey, thank you, Elios. The whole hope is that they are fun. Hey, hey, Robbie. Great to see you. Let's get through this. I don't know if Larry Borum is 100% ready to start, by the way. I don't mean that in some way to come after the kid, because he's really young. Really, really young. And he's got a lot going on. Hey, Jeremy. Great to see you. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. It's also hilarious, by the way, that the Bears started with what I think was probably their best and most useful play of the game. What I want you guys to notice here as this one starts, I remember this one, is that these two guys, so what the Bears are going to do, right, is, and Hee-Sung, just to get to your question, because you've now asked it twice, I noticed, when do I think Nagy will get fired? It's always hard to tell with these sorts of things, because when George gets really angry, maybe he lets him go, but the Bears have never fired a coach, a head coach, in the middle of the season. Now, there are some guys on the roster that technically, or not the roster, but in the building, they could technically be interims. For instance, Mike Pettin has been in the league for years. He's not an offensive coordinator. He's not a defensive coordinator. He's just in the building. But all of a sudden, I find myself looking at him thinking to myself, I don't know. Like, if you got rid of Nagy, theoretically, you could have Pettin play the interim role, and you wouldn't mess up anybody else's responsibility. But I'm sure that's too radical. I'm sure that won't happen. Like, it's just a total dumb guess, but we'll see. It all depends on where George and Pace are, because if it's me, as soon as Nagy goes, Ryan Pace has signed his own death order as well, but we'll see. So anyways, the Bears are going to play this whole game pretty much out of the shotgun, which is ridiculous, but we can get to that later. So they're sitting here playing out of the shotgun. I want you to keep an eye on these two defenders right here, the ones that I had circled, because the Bears are just going to run an absolutely standard shotgun read option, where if Fields likes it, he can keep the ball. If Fields doesn't, he can hand it off. So as we watch this play progress, we see that this guy stays even just a little bit, and you've got him watching Justin Fields, this guy staying back to block to take on Justin Fields, two DBs that are obviously just watching the play. That's what DBs do at this point. And then Montgomery gets the ball, and because Fields had held him up even just a smidge, he's able to run away from Takk McKinley and go make a play. I mean, it's simple. Of course, Jeremy. Hopefully you get your internet back soon. But so, this is simple play. This isn't complicated. It's not trick stuff. Like, that's the key, in my opinion, here. Like, what are we? Oh, yeah. I'll let you guys hash that one out. I'll get in on the laser Nagy thing later. But so, the point is that these are the kinds of runs that Justin Fields allows you to do. When you see stuff on the internet talking about a diverse running attack that could have helped the Bears out, it's stuff like this. Justin Fields is a legitimate runner. It's silly to say, and frankly reductionist, but it's kind of like playing out of the Wildcat on every single down, that if you can run your 230-pound 4.4 speed quarterback, defense has to care about it. And so in this case, they're going to kick a whole bunch of guys out to the side. I don't know what the computer was doing there. It's weird, though, because I'm pretty sure this is actually a bubble RPO. Silly thought, but I don't think it's a read option the more that I look at it, because Jimmy Graham and Cole Kmet are blocking for somebody who isn't blocking. Now, I don't think that makes it a wrong read. This was like one of 3 first downs the whole game, for crying out loud. But it shows you just what a leg threat can do, because with him keying there instead of stepping over, like if this is Dalton, for instance, Dalton probably, or this guy I would say gets to about here, probably makes the play instead of Montgomery being able to just get around the outside edge and skitter downfield for, what would you say, about 11 yards or so on, or 11 to 15 yards. But so, yeah, it's not, it doesn't have to be some kind of magic play. That's the point, guys. This is one of the first plays that we've seen in a long doggone time where it felt like the Bears offense actually executed their assignments. In this case, it's Jason Peters. It's Jason Peters getting Myles Garrett onto the outside, and then Cody Whitehair and Sam Mustipher sealing the edge on 97, who he doesn't seal it well, or like it's not like he seals it like crazy. He just seals it enough. And on normal offenses, that's absolutely standard. But so, let's see here. I really wouldn't worry too much about Justin Fields on that specific play. It's nothing particularly nuts. But so then the Bears kept trying to pound the rock. They ran a trap, and Mustipher gets blown up, which happens, right? We've gone through this before. We've seen Sam Mustipher. You're going to see him get torched right there in the middle. As much as I want to cheer for the UDFA, it's Myles Garrett, number 97. Highlighted the wrong guy. But so, let's see. It's right here. So the Bears are going to have everybody step to the left for advantageous blocking angles, with Cole Kmet coming around the side, and they just don't get much of it. Like, giving it to you from the wide angle again. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 Bears versus 3 people, with Cole Kmet coming over here to try to knock Myles Garrett off of his line. And Kmet does an okay job, but with Mustipher letting his guy get right into the backfield like that, this wasn't really going anywhere. Not every run does, but hey, that's how it goes. what is it? I think it's Bill Belichick that always used to say running games about attempts. I always find that stuff interesting because, look, I am a pass first person naturally, but at the same time, there you go. Like, you can't deny that the run game certainly helps. And then here is... Okay, so this is a play that's gotten a lot of scrutiny for good reason. This probably had to be the beginning of the end, because at this point, if you have seen the analysis, you know what I'm about to say. If you haven't, this might actually surprise you a little bit. But the Bears are going to run what I've always heard of as a 9-6-8. So if I'm getting the routes right, nah, it's not that one. He runs a 9, he runs the 6, and then he runs an 8. The whole point of this is that going up against a cover 2 defense or cover 3 defense, you generally want to see if you can't open the defense up. So with that's Montgomery running down the field, you basically try to draw this corner back, and if you're lucky, you get that safety shading over. The big fake here is that you get Darnell Mooney coming over the middle, which grabs the attention of this safety, who then attacks that route coming there, and once they step forward, it sets up, in this case, the speedy Damiere Byrd to get way, way down the field. This is probably the most glaring error Fields made, because I've seen him do it a billion times at Ohio State. If you can't tell, that is Damiere Byrd wide open for a score. Like, it will not get much more open than this. And, like, the whole game, not all Fields' fault. But this play coulda, shoulda, woulda been a touchdown. And Fields still makes it a 7-yard gain, but I don't want to miss the fact that Fields left points that are his kinds of points on the board. When you're playing with Justin Fields, especially as a rookie, you're not anticipating that he's going to get everything right. You know, you're not anticipating that you're going to get every single play to go your way. You're not looking at a Dalton sort of situation where you get 4 yards, you get 6 yards, you get 9 yards, you get 2 yards, you lose one, and then you go try to like climb and get just a little bit back. The problem is that Justin Fields, with phenomenal accuracy, somehow he got a little too focused on seeing on watching Darnell Mooney's route, and so when he saw this was closed, didn't think about the fact that meant that Byrd was going to come wide open. Now, I've seen him make this read at OSU. I know he can. It's just something must have spooked him. I don't know whether they had told him too much about the internal clock stuff. I've tried to figure this one out. I really have, because there are a whole lot of these dank shots that I would tell you that Justin Fields had reason, even if it's rookie reason to not throw it. But this one really is like, it's a rookie mistake. Sure. It's one that on film, he's going to realize like that really hurt his team. But once Darnell grabs the attention of these guys, you want him to throw that ball right about here, let's say, so that then Byrd can run under it, grab it, walk right into the end zone, touchdown. Instead, he gets 7 yards, which shouldn't be the end of the world, but yeah, that's one of those that I look at and I'm like, dang, that was a missed opportunity. And it's like the third play of the game. Let's see. Oh, no, I completely get you, Derek. Like, I totally understand the idea that Myles Garrett would spook him, but at this point, it's more about Fields' eyes. You can tell that he's still looking in the direction of Mooney, whereas he probably ought to be downfield, especially if he sees cover 2. You know let's take a look at what the defense does. I'm pretty sure that they stay in cover 2, but let's go ahead and watch it. So once the defense stays in this cover 2 setup, you generally know that Mooney's going to draw the attention of this one, who then is going to he's going to get out the back. Now, maybe there's an element of this that Fields thought, oh, it's cover 2. This safety should definitely be paying attention, but he did not look like, or he just didn't see it, which that's going to happen with rookies. I would argue that, frankly, when you look at a throw like this, which is generally speaking, so with Allen Robinson running an in, Darnell Mooney running a dig, and Byrd over the top, best you're going to get is 1, 2, 3. So this is like a short, medium, long progression usually. So saying Fields needs to get to his third read, you could argue that that's a lot, but at the same time, it's literally all in front of him. Like if he looks down the field, he could theoretically see that he's got Bird going out the back. But then again, if you think about it from a field level, maybe he thinks this guy's deeper than he is. Fields definitely looks like he's getting accustomed to OSU versus NFL speed, for lack of a better way to phrase it. So we'll go through a little more of what I mean by that in a little bit, but this was definitely one play that looked, I think, better on the broadcast than it did on All 22, where I would argue that of all of the plays that I would want to look differently, it's this one. Because I want to see Fields find that route down the field, let that ball go, get in the end zone, start the game 7-0. Browns are shell-shocked. Maybe they do something different defensively at that point. And then this followed it up with one of the worst play calls of the game. So the Bears move Cole Kmet over to here. And if you follow me on Twitter, you saw me generally saying toss crack is toss crack's a decent play call on third downs. The problem is that the front that the Browns are playing is actually overloaded here on this left side. What you're going to see right here is two receivers, obviously, and a third defender because a safety has crept down to the line. So at some point, if I was Nagy, I would have been just howling in Fields' ear. Like, you want to tell him, check out of this. I mean, even just a standard run right there might get you 2 yards a little bit easier than tossing the ball out, where it almost feels as if the Browns are just waiting on it. Like, I almost wonder to myself, just to take an undue shot, right? If the Browns thought to themselves, okay, what's the dumbest thing that the Bears could possibly do? Well, I could probably run it outside. Yeah, okay, let's prep for that. Like, whatever it is, that's what's coming. So let's just go ahead and get set for it. Because I don't know if he's allowed to audible, everybody in the chat, but this really is one of those plays that I look at, and at first I thought that it was an execution thing, because I thought to myself, oh, well, Robinson blocks the safety instead of blocking this guy right here. Because theoretically, just for those who don't know what toss crack generally looks like, you want Kmet coming down to seal this edge. That's the crack, as well as Robinson coming over here to seal that edge, so that you've got a little wall of small people with an offensive lineman, one of your best blockers usually, running right around the edge with your running back in front, where hopefully you've got Peters, even 39-year-old Peters. Like, think just left tackle. Toss crack generally wants your left tackle one-on-one with a defensive back who's got no chance, plus your running back toting the ball behind him. In this case, that isn't what happens. Instead, Robinson seems confused because it's like he knows that he's got way too many people to block, so he tries to pick somebody off right here, but they let this defender come through, which completely confuses Peters because he has no idea who he's supposed to block now. He's already aiming, as you can see, for 21 because that's generally where he's supposed to get, but he can also see in his field of vision that he's got to get to this edge as Montgomery takes the toss, and now he's got nowhere to go. Like, do you try to cut up the inside? Well, he's actually got the inside, that defender. So what do? Try to run around the outside? I don't know about that either, because this defender has that outside lane. The Browns just had more guys, and they played it pretty well, but this never had a shot. Like, A-Rob doesn't block particularly well, but in this case, he gets in the way. Like, I would call this a play calling error 100%. Frankly, the fact that Montgomery makes it back to there is just standard Montgomery, right? Like, almost, I wouldn't call it miraculous, like, let's not get crazy, but it's one of those, like, standard, I can't believe he got as much out of that as he did. Really, it's just that the Browns have way too many defenders in this area, and especially for crying out loud, when you look at the front that they were facing, where the Browns seemed to with this motion, right? So once they get all motioned out and you saw this defender pull way over here with him, you have got to audible, in my opinion, because now what you've done is you've taken Kmet out of the box, which, you know, technically you're upset about that because you lost your tight end in the box, but you pulled a Browns defender out. So all of a sudden, like, right on line with your left tackle, if you lined these guys up, it is, what is this? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, go. Like, you can get 2 yards out of that. You don't have to get a bazillion yards. You just gotta get 2, for crying out loud. But so let's see. But so yeah, that doesn't work. Nacho, I'm not surprised. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the donation. We got to get Nagy out of town, right? But so let's see. Yeah, no, I mean, Akusai, it's not like I can argue with you on that about the offensive line finding a way to screw it up. That's easily my biggest frustration with Matt Nagy at this point, is that it feels like it's just always something. That's the statement that I keep saying to myself. It's always something. It's the alignment screwing a block up. It's a quarterback missing a read. It's so many things, right? It's always something. But even there, like that play call in particular, the more I looked at it, the more I question it. I'm just shocked there wasn't an audible, because that shouldn't have gone through like it did. So now we get on to the 11-minute mark, where the second drive starts. Hooray. So this is where things start to get weird to me, right? So let's go over Fields' scouting report really quickly. Okay, so Fields, 1, huge arm. Huge, man, trying to write with this. Every time I do, it's a bad idea. Arm. 2, he trusts himself. You know what? This isn't working. 1, huge arm. 2, he trusts himself. 3, he loves to throw the ball deep. He doesn't like short game. He really doesn't. But instead, he will throw, or he wants to throw that ball deep. So when the Bears kick out a Y-cross pattern right here, which has Allen Robinson coming over the middle, Cole Kmet running basically what is smash with so it's smash alongside Darnell Mooney, which for those of you who don't know what smash is, it is just an isolation play that you run on this kind of corner. So what you do is you've got Darnell Mooney running a curl. I drew that wrong. So it's a curl right there with Cole Kmet going over the top. If this corner drifts too far backwards to take this one away, like he goes back here, you throw the curl. If this corner stays up with Mooney, you throw the honey hole shot. Boom. And I think he would have. I mean, I do. But he gets hit so fast that, so this is where it's weird, right? Because like Jacob's saying, Mooney's open here, right? Quick trigger, Andy Dalton lets this ball go. Andy Dalton's got a really fast release. That's like the one really good thing about it. But at the same time, you're going to want Fields to start throwing the ball right now, and he hasn't given up on that shot yet, because this corner is doing a pretty good job, all things told, trying to play both. He hasn't totally overcommitted to what he knows is coming. Smash is one of his favorite plays, all things told. So they know that it's happening here. But that said, you want Fields to find Mooney. I think he just kind of got caught. Jordan, this is technically the first one, so we're getting there. But so the point is, to speed things up, I look at Justin Fields and think to myself that what he's doing right here is he's hunting out that throw. He hasn't given up on this yet. Maybe he should going forward, because it's the NFL. You got to take what you can. But at OSU in particular, he waited the extra second. If you go back on any of his film, he never threw it by now, because this wasn't his kind of quarterback. So he's waiting, and by the time he would have realized that he was just going to stuff that ball into Mooney, he's already hit. That doesn't mean it's not his fault. He should get the ball out. Andy Dalton would have. But it does mean that when I look at this, or when I look at Fields, I just don't think this is it's complicated. Because on one hand, he needs to get the ball out. That's part of being a quarterback. You can't just say, oh, well, design your offense better. But at the same time, goodness gracious, it's amazing to me the amount of pressure that the Bears allowed. Maybe there's a certain amount of this that I keep looking. Let me see. Yeah, but so maybe there's a certain amount of this that you look at and you just say, goodness gracious, like, what is Germain Ifedi doing, for crying out loud? Because if you take a look at Germain Ifedi here against, I think it's Tack McKinley, he gives this away so quickly that there's just no chance on this play. Like, he gets beat so quick into the middle that, sure, Justin Fields should have thrown the ball, but he gets hit that fast. I mean, just outrageously fast, embarrassingly fast. you're going to hear this a lot, and if you go watch JT O'Sullivan's breakdown, you'll hear the same thing. It's a lot of everything. It's all bad. It's not necessarily a bad play call in this case. Very normal West Coast, and it's something Justin Fields should be familiar with. But as a rookie, he's going to be slow to getting to his spot. You generally want him throwing these like movement routes, right? Routes where the guys are going to move across the field, because once you're moving, you can get open and stay open a little bit better. But instead, the Bears are running what are considered static routes where you've got to have the timing right. Fields does not have the timing right, and the offensive line can't block at all, and a defensive end pretty much just runs on a straight line to the quarterback and hits him, which you can't do that. I'm already hearing a whole lot about like pocket presence and one read quarterback and this, that, and the other, and I keep finding myself saying I wouldn't call him a one read quarterback just because he had time to make one read. I mean, he's not going to run out of that pocket. That's too quick. Like, your offensive line should at least be able to bump the guy in front of him, and they don't. But at the same time, Fields does need to learn that you can't just hang on to the ball with Germain Ifedi, Jason Peters, Sam Mustipher, and James Daniels on the offensive line. Like, you've got to at least become a little bit more quick trigger. Bears from here go, what is that, 2nd and 20. They just hand the ball off. But yeah, one more time just to look at it, because I guess, I don't know, maybe I hate myself a little bit, but I find this like just important to see. There are not a lot of quarterbacks that are going to, especially, remember, he has no experience, right? Oh, and Akusai, Cody Whitehair is getting pantsed. He just didn't get pantsed as badly this game. But so there are not a lot of quarterbacks that are going to do well when they get hit that quickly. Like, that's the funny thing. Because so Seth says quick passes should have been called more. Technically, that's not a quick pass. Like, oh, yeah, he just didn't throw it quickly. I would argue that quick passing isn't Fields' game. Like, let's go ahead and go to the the third drive, where you'll see even more than that, right? But so, oh yeah, come on, Case. You had to know. Airfare isn't cheap, friends. We got to buy him his ticket. It's tough out there. But so let me see, Jordan, what were you saying? But, well, and hang on, just reading through everything. I'm doing a lot of stammering. But, Seth, you're exactly right. His game does have to change. Absolutely, it's got to get better. I don't want any of you guys to hear me excusing Fields. But you got to remember, I've been the one also sitting here saying, thank you so much, Ryan. You're the man. Thank you. And we gotta get him out of town. We're at $25 now. Way to go, everybody. But so getting back to brass tacks here, you got to remember that this is part of why, whether the Bears played Fields or didn't play Fields, I could have been talked into either. Fields playing, more experience. That's great. Fields not playing, he could still iron this stuff out. I mean, he's clearly still getting used to the speed of the NFL. Every time I watch this, I keep finding myself seeing more and more areas where a little bit more just general practice is going to do Fields better than other things. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm with you, Jordan. Like, getting Nagy out the door, that's going to help a lot. What is Nagy teaching Fields? I don't know if I want to know. But I will tell you that then there are plays like, oh gosh, this one is awful. Like, this is one of those plays that I look at, and so what was it? Somebody talking about Bird on the offensive or on the line. Like, let's see here. Oh yeah, you gotta love it. That's Damiere Byrd protecting the rollout. You know, just in case Justin Fields is rolling out, you got Damiere Byrd backing you up, because that's what counts. Bears get one. I mean, you got to remember that what the Browns were doing, in case you do ever wonder why it was that the Bears didn't call rollouts specifically, part of it is because, and this is part of why I hate their game plan, they only went under center to either run the ball or roll out. They were only going under center to run the ball or roll out. And so because of that, you're going to see the Browns back-end defenders basically say, I don't really care if you run the ball. If you do run the ball, we'll figure it out. But if you don't, I'm going to be there. Watch Clowney, or not Clowney, I think this is Takk McKinley again. But if it is Clowney, somebody let me know. He just runs straight at Fields. Like, if Fields had the ball, he'd be dead. Again. Like, that would be sack number 2, and he would have had 10 sacks. Like, the Browns were 100% convinced Fields was getting the ball on rollouts. It was the world's most obvious thing to do. So I have to think that the Bears were like staring at their iPads saying, I think he's going to die if we do this kind of thing. Like, don't get me wrong. There's a lot you can do to move the pocket that doesn't have to be rollouts. But since the Bears only sat in the shotgun for rollouts or handoffs, no reverses, no screens, no nothing. It was a rollout or it was a run. That meant that they could just tee off. Like, they could just tee off on these rollouts. It hurt. I mean, I'm a big fan when it comes to these kinds of things of what's considered run blocking play action. Like, if we're talking scheme, I know we're not technically breaking the Bears down, but guys, this is a funeral. Like, we're going over a lot of sad. By the way, Brant, thanks so much for subscribing and jumping in. But so, Akuse, that's great. I love the offensive, or I love outside zone play action. I love the kinds of things where they basically just, awake is a good call, Derek. I love the plays where basically you get the Bears offensive line sliding this way to block like it's a run block, while you have Fields fake the handoff, turn around, running back comes up in pass protection, and usually you can get some deep route combination. Maybe it looks like something. You can do stuff, right? With these kinds of, I mean, Nick Foles, for crying out loud, could get time with these on the Rams, but instead the Bears only rolled out or they handed the ball off. It drove me crazy past a certain point because you can use all the motion that you want, and yet take a look at this. If Mooney has the ball, maybe he actually beats Takk McKinley and gets out of here. So if Mooney has this ball and Takk McKinley doesn't make the play, maybe there's a little more space. But instead, no. I mean, like, the Bears just committed to the shotgun so heavily that every time they went under center play action or under center handoff, it felt as if the Browns were ready for a very limited set of options, which drove me nuts because there's not a lot you can do when your plays are so different, for crying out loud, that Dave, if I could, I would love to. Yeah, but when your play calls are so different, like here it is. They were just under center, now they're in spread. Like, you don't have to just sit on one thing over and over and over. And exactly like you're saying, Jordan, I mean, it's not as if rookies can't do it. It's more like you've just dumped so many different things on Fields, like random situational plays, that, that Dave Durkin criticism of Matt Nagy really rings loud here, where I find myself saying, this offense looks like it's just a bunch of random stuff. Like, now they're in the shotgun on second down. Okay, where'd the under center go? I don't know, but we're not there anymore. Now we're in the shotgun. So here we are in the shotgun, and Fields is going to get cranked. And I mean, oh gosh, this one hurts. So I stared at this for a long time, and I still don't know whether it is truly play action or I don't know whether it's play action or an RPO. I am convinced, believe it or not, everybody is saying, like, JT thinks it is it's a play action handoff. I actually think it's an RPO. Like, I think it's the world's crappiest RPO. Maybe it's even play action that's intended to look like a run play, and it just sucks. Because the Bears fake duo, and it is the saddest thing I've ever seen. I mean, watch this blocking scheme. It's as if they decided that they have to double both guys, because why Peters is just standing there and allows Joke to just run straight through the offensive line, I don't know. It's hard to tell whether Joke is a blitzer or a green dog right here. It's hard to tell. Like, the line does such a bad job setting up for whatever this is, that if Joke called his own number, good for him. Sack. Earned it. But if he didn't call his own number and he blitzed, I wouldn't know, because that hole is wide open. You want defensive players. Like, come on, put your hat on, right? Oh, for those who don't know, because thank you so much for asking, Lorenzo, a green dog blitz is basically a linebacker sitting in coverage calling his own number. Somebody who says, Somebody who says, oh, look at that. The running back is in pass coverage. My only assignment was to cover the running back. I'm just going to blitz. So a green dog is, yeah, it's saying, I'm going to go. Like, if you looked at, so I think it's hard to tell. Because maybe he heard that and therefore pulled it. But either way, like, so this is also where you get in another bind. Hey, Jordan, great to see you. So technically, when Fields pulls this, if you watch Darnell Mooney, he could pull it, see Mooney, rip the ball, leave, right? Like, just throw it. So he could pull this ball and throw it to Mooney right now because this linebacker is turned around. He's going to do what's called roboting, which basically is you turn and you run and you try to cut off this crosser area, but your head is like back to the quarterback. But Fields hesitates. He thinks about it, but he thinks, I think anyways, that he sees this body in traffic and just kind of gets scared. I mean, I can't say that for sure. He's a grown man. But I think, for instance, that he sees that linebacker technically in that space and just thinks, oh gosh, should I throw this? But he doesn't, and he gets crushed. Now, should he have thrown it? Yes. Should the offensive line have blocked no one, or at least not blocked that hole? No. And did you notice, by the way, for those of you who haven't watched a whole bunch of stuff, that Nagy, in his infinite wisdom, decided to leave Cole Kmet on Myles Garrett alone? Watch that part of this. Like, left side of the line, Myles Garrett just walks right on back to Justin Fields. If it wasn't Joke, it would have been Myles Garrett. Like, they've got Cole Kmet one-on-one, and what is this? Jason Peters, like, doing nothing. There's a certain point where I look at this and I think to myself, what do you say? Like, sure, I want the players to play better. Like Threezy's World is saying in here, how do you say Fields played well when he had one passing yard, right? You can't, because he didn't play well. But at the same time, there's just so many things wrong with this Bears offense. This is so bad. Cole Kmet's on Myles Garrett. We're double blocking this part of the line. Mustipher plays a terrible, terrible game in general. And Joke gets right on through. Myles Garrett meets him there. I'm curious as to what they scored this. I'm sure they gave it what is the word? I'm sure they gave the sack to Joke, but you could have split the sack with Myles Garrett and Joke because they were both just like whoosh. Oh, yeah, and don't think, Akusai, that doesn't mean Daniels and Ifedi aren't also getting beat. Like, yeah, Edgar, it is. It's real bad. But somehow I think you knew it was going to be. I mean, Bryson, we will get there, unfortunately. But so, here's sack number 3, and this one is 3rd and 14. This is not good. It's not easy, right? 3rd and 14, you've not completed a pass yet. Not a great place to start. These are the exact kinds of plays that, oh no, he had completed a pass. We won't think about that. But so, I was shocked as this game went on why we couldn't throw the ball to the sidelines more. Standard wide receiver screens. I mean, these are exactly the kinds of things that I find myself saying, like, Matt Nagy called this game like there was no solution to anything, right? Like, you couldn't consistently keep the running back in. Like, you couldn't get the ball out to the sidelines and try to do anything with stuff like that. I mean, even a simple play like this, if you get Allen Robinson cutting this guy off right here, maybe he gets right around, just blocks right there, Darnell Mooney gets around down the sidelines, 6 yards, 7 yards. But instead, they played everything out of just the straight up shotgun, and it drove me nuts because, like Lester Wiltfong would say, by the time that Justin Fields settled back in his 9.5 yard drop, he had, let me see if I can draw this. Dang it, I suck at drawing. Nobody heard that. But so Fields just had this nice little target placed on the 9.5 yard drop spot. Because past a certain point, the edges realized that that's where he was going every time. Every time. Like, you could do anything. Jordan, that's just an idea, right? Like, I love the idea of these heavy tight end sets, or even just throw a bunch of wide receivers out there, play under center, play action, so on and so forth. You could do a ton of things that weren't this, right? And so when they motion Mooney in, it reveals zone coverage, not surprised, and the Bears are basically going to run like some deep hooks, more or less. Shocker, right? 3rd and 14, they're not going to try to throw any further than that. I don't hate this play call. Like, this isn't the sort of thing that I look at and say, this play call is the absolute worst. It's just easy and simple, and at this point, really the only thing that's open is Cole Kmet. And Board guy, great to see you. Thanks for jumping in. What you've got on this play, by the way, before we get into the offensive line piece of it, is you've got that deep curl. It's called a 7-stop, but it kind of feels like a curl, so it looks like a post, and then you spin around, and thank you so much, Peter. Unbelievably kind of you. I don't know if that notification just came in late, but either way, thank you. It's Allen Robinson's coming out with a curl right there, and Cole Kmet is coming out the sidelines, and he's wide open. I mean, like, at this point, what you want Fields doing is watching this side of the play, because this is the zone side, and dadgummit, Damiere Byrd is just never going to get open against man coverage. Like, if you take a look at this from the pre-snap perspective, most of the time it's a pick aside. So before you go crazy saying he's one read, first of all, a lot of quarterbacks in this league are one read. Derek Carr is a 2-read quarterback. Like, technically, he takes the first read or the second read, or he checks it down. They just don't call any 3-read stuff there. Like, before we get into the 1-read thing, Ryan Tannehill is a 1-read quarterback. Like, he's fine sometimes. Like, there is a ton of this stuff that you could do that is better than this. But then when you look at this, or when you look at what you've got going on, I do too, Jordan. So Jordan says he feels like Justin was reading the wrong side of the field a lot. I can't help but think he was, because with the Bears in what basically mirrors a bunch set right here, the Browns clearly, like, you've got this corner giving outside leverage, this safety, maybe it's a corner, is off. That's going to be either an off-man coverage side or a zone side, whereas this is pretty clearly man coverage. I mean, like, you've got this guy staring right there. Maybe it's zone. Maybe he's going to sit in the flat, but probably not, right? And so when he runs out there, especially by this point, it's man coverage. He's beat. Or this isn't a route that's going to really stop much in man coverage, especially not against, I think that's Denzel Ward. Like, part of this, the Browns defense was absolutely insane. Like, they played like the defense that they should have been this whole season, and the fact that it took them 2 games to get here, not surprising. Or I wouldn't say not surprising, but that's the weird part, right? The weird part wasn't that the Bears got smothered. The weird part was that the Bears got just so devastated they didn't look like an NFL team, while the Browns looked like the '85 Bears. I mean, that's what my dad was texting me. He was like, "This looks like the '85 Bears." This is what it felt like to watch them. So for any of you young Bears fans, this is what it's like to be on the other end of that. But so anyways, what Fields needs to be doing here is finding the check down. No, it's not awesome. It's not fun. But especially by this point, I want to see him getting off of Damiere Byrd, because he's not open. And at that point, it's just too late. So theoretically, you want him to get to Kmet. Theoretically, you never want him looking at this right side. You want him looking at this you never want him looking at this left side. You want him looking at the right side the whole way. But he doesn't. He watches the left side. He gets burned for it. Now it's time for the offensive line part. So, as you've seen with almost every sack so far, sacks are kind of a quarterback stat. That whole thing, God, I'm going to try it again. Sacks are a QB stat. Technically, almost every sack in the NFL is something that the quarterback could have avoided. Does that mean that they could have made a good play out of it? Not always. But most of the time, there's a way to avoid the sack. In this case, Justin Fields taking sacks, he wants that big play. We talked about this. It's not even slow release. He wants to hold the ball so that he can get something. And I agree with you, Jordan. I would tell you guys with a straight face that based on what Nagy made Fields look like, Nagy made Fields look totally and hopelessly unready. Do I think Fields is this bad? No. I don't think Fields is 1 passing yard bad by any means. I don't think this is his game. I think Matt Nagy, if he was theoretically calling this exact same game plan for Dalton, might have actually tied the Bears around halftime. I don't know. Hard to tell, because Dalton, that's like the one thing he's been really good at this season, is just getting the ball out. And I don't want to talk as if Dalton's really good. Dalton would not have hit that throw deep to Bird. Maybe he would have tried. Maybe he would have surprised us. But that's not really his game either. So with Fields, you get the deep ball, you get the intermediate shot, you get the accuracy that we generally haven't seen from Dalton, but you could distribute the ball a little better. Oh, Jordan, I'm with you. I don't want to pretend like the wide receivers played so well that Dalton would have just like, wow, like gone crazy. It's more to say that he would have avoided the sacks, he would have hit dragon routes, he would have like just kicked the ball out. The Rams game, right? This is what Fields would have looked like against the Rams. Can we all agree with that, right? Aaron Donald tearing through the line just over and over and over. We broke that game down. Akusai, I know you're there. You're gonna back me up on this. Like, Aaron Donald and the Rams defense absolutely smashed the Bears offensive line, and Andy Dalton avoided all but 3 sacks because he was just ditching the ball. Like, I look at this and I say to myself that this game, Matt Nagy looked at Justin Fields and he said, I want you to be... it was as if he said, I want you to be Andy Dalton, but he never told him that, because it is wild to me as I watch this game that Fields didn't think about getting the ball out more often. I am shocked that this Bears defense, I am just blown away as I watch this tape that the Bears coaches weren't like, and you got to get the ball out now. Like, that they didn't have a stopwatch, an alarm that just popped every 2.5 seconds and said, ball's got to be out, Justin. What are you doing? We're playing the Browns. Like, there was, to me, there was an aspect of preparation that I just can't help but think, like, what was going on? Like, how did the Bears come into this game thinking to themselves that Germain Ifedi, or not Germain Ifedi, in this case, Jason Peters was just going to mano a mano up against Myles Garrett, and he was going to have his way with him? Like, these kinds of reps that you're about to see here were... they're so bad. They're so bad. I mean, it's one of those that, like, you look at this, Williams right here is going to try to pin or to chip for him, because as much as we talk about how, like, the Bears didn't chip at all, they chipped some. They just didn't chip well. Like, here's a decent example, right, where Williams comes out and kind of gets in Peters' way in this setting, and Cole just sort of bumps Takk McKinley and then leaves. And from there, Garrett's able to just waltz around Jason Peters, make the play. Sure, again, Justin Fields needs to get that ball out, because Ryan, he probably had about 2.4 seconds to throw, so low, on the very low end, but not good. It was the sort of thing where, like, you guys get the idea. The offensive line didn't help out a rookie. If you ask me, the number one thing that Justin Fields needs to succeed, and Justin Herbert actually found a way to get this sometimes. Bryson will get there. But so the number one thing Fields needed to succeed was manufactured pocket time. I don't even care about manufactured open routes or manufactured this or that. I would tell you the number one thing Fields needed was manufactured pocket time, and he got none of it. In fact, he got asked to throw a bunch of timing routes, which shocks me, because, again, even if this was open, and it isn't, right? Like, if Allen Robinson was open, Fields would have had to throw this ball now, right now, before he's ever turned around. And to ask that of a rookie is really intense. It's not undoable. It's just something that, to give an example, I would only ask of Mac Jones right now. And that's not because I think Mac Jones is like God's gift to quarterbacking. It's more that that's his game, is just getting the ball out. Like, just getting the ball out. But so these were the sorts of plays that I know I looked at and I was frustrated with overall, because it feels as if Matt Nagy, to use the phrase, was just negligent of what Fields' weaknesses were. Don't even think about skill set. Like this, I would tell you, Bryson, Fields' game is throwing the ball deep. Fields' game is moving. Fields' game is Fields' game is taking big shots. And instead, he was just asked to throw these, like, exact kinds of routes, which, hey, I mean, and here's another thing that I think also matters, the Browns defense shut a lot down. Here you're going to see an RPO that should not be this hard. It's going to sound so silly to call this hard. He completed it, right? But take a look at this. Like, this is an RPO where you are handing the ball off because this guy's coming right through, so you have what you want. And here you've got your number one wide receiver up against a corner that's just sitting on it waiting for it. Because this is like the only play Matt Nagy runs when it comes to these RPOs. Like, you stick Allen Robinson in the slot, you try to force feed him the ball. So credit to Justin Fields. He goes from read 1 to read 2 in a nice little hurry. I didn't say that it was crazy. I actually think he's just a smidge slow getting to this throw, which is part of why he gets popped as he lets the ball go, but he does get it out. Like, when you watch this, you can see here that this call is so covered up. I mean, goodness gracious. This is worse than the interception that he threw in the Cincinnati game, because as far as the defense here, they're truly just waiting on it. Like, they just are they know that this route is coming. No doubt in this corner's mind that they're coming for it. So Fields then has to reset and throw the ball. I would love to see him reset ever so slightly sooner, but oh well. Like, you don't have to work too hard to get on Fields there, because this was probably, I mean, look, you can count his decent plays on like a single hand, and this probably qualifies as one of them. But it just felt like everything in this game was hard. Like, after that first play, everything in this game was hard from the offensive perspective. This really hurt. And that's the key here. What is this? Is it the Nile Nation? That's all I've got. Is it the Enil Nation? But so I feel like all you end up with that's going to make the Matt Nagy's offense look decent in this case, which is like a 1980s West Coast with some 2015 RPOs and some 2018 McVay, Shanahan early concepts. Like, you're going to, Andy Dalton's basically the guy you need. Andy Dalton, Alex Smith, that kind of thing. Because he's just going to get the ball out. I mean, it's so silly that I keep saying that. But with this offensive line, especially with the way that Matt Nagy's just sort of teeing him up, you just have to find a way to get the ball out of your hands. And Fields did not do that well here. I'm shocked he didn't. I'm really shocked that the coaches weren't in his ear about, you got to throw the ball. Like, the one thing you can't do is you just can't hang on to the ball forever. But, yeah, this hurt. What? Oh, take coaches. I'm pushing the coach stuff till later. There's only so much we can do with coaches because you got to get to GMs first. Like, I think anyways. You got to do GMs, and the GM's going to hire somebody that they know. But so this was probably one of, I would argue, not only better play calls, but so, yeah, right, Derek? Exactly. Like, Mitch got the ball out. Oh, Mitch could hesitate sometimes, but I'm not trying to kill Mitch. He got the ball out on short throws. He moved a little bit, but man, Nagy hated him too. Like, Matt Nagy really looks like the problem this game looking backwards. Like, with this game here, where this was what he thought that Magical Fields offense was going to look like, I would argue that Matt Nagy looks like a huge problem, if not the problem. But even on a play like this, Justin Fields shows you a little glimpse of what he can do. It's so silly, right? But Fields has given his guy a chance in a one-on-one window where he puts the ball in a spot where A-Rob can box out his guy and take it. He doesn't put too much mustard on it. He basically just defers, right? This is simple quarterbacking. This is solid quarterbacking. I'm not about to call this good. Do not put him in the Hall of Fame for throwing that. But at the same time, you look at this placement, it's pretty solid. Like, again, I'm trying to be realistic here, because I would argue that Justin Fields' talent is clear. I'm not worried about Justin Fields because he had a terrible game as a rookie. I'm not. Justin Fields made too many throws in the Cincinnati game. Justin Fields has displayed too much talent in even this game. This is a simple, like, it's a simple throw, but it's a tough one, because when you're rolling to your left at full speed, it's tough to place this kind of ball, and his arm is able to just put it right on the sidelines to where A-Rob, I kind of think he gets screwed on the spot. I don't actually know about what you guys thought about this, but I did tend to think that Allen Robinson had this first down and kind of got it taken away from him. I mean, don't get me wrong, you shouldn't have, like, You shouldn't have to get every single inch. But it did make me laugh because based on where the ball is, like, it looks like a clear first down to me. And they did not give it to the Bears. But it was a funny moment where all of a sudden the guy runs up and spots it there. And the ball had never been there. It was as if Allen Robinson falling backwards placed the ball right here. And then the ref went, it couldn't be there. And just kicked it back to the middle for some reason. Anyways, I thought that was a really interesting play overall. And exactly like you're saying, Ryan, I mean, I hate the Mahomes comparisons because Mahomes is an MVP and he's basically never played a bad game. But at the same time, I mean, I just want to kind of throw this out that I find myself consistently thinking about how Mahomes didn't play for a little while. Like, don't get me wrong. Doesn't mean Matt Nagy is the right guy to raise Justin Fields because Andy Reid had a lot to do with Patrick Mahomes, as did Alex Smith. But we didn't see Patrick Mahomes make bad mistakes, like as a rookie. And sure, Seth, Mahomes can have bad games here and there. That's really not the point. Like, he is a unicorn, Jordan. Exactly. I just find myself thinking about how time in the NFL at all will help Justin Fields, whether he's playing or not. I just don't want him to get hurt anymore. But so here's the 3rd and 1, and I think, this is 2nd and 1. So interestingly enough, a whole lot of people have memed this throw to death, right? But so, goodness gracious, Illini. I'd actually never heard that. Who Hill? Like Tyreek Hill? But so I hear all the comments coming out of Hallis Hall about how much they love Justin Fields, and I find all that stuff to be really important, even if this isn't the staff to do it. So again, this throw memed to death, right? But it's just a simple RPO where I think that Justin Fields took a look at this and said, all right, I want to get a simple completion, so we're going to run an RPO curl. I like it. I think we can do this. And so he takes a look there, realizes that the corner's sitting on it, and he says, nope, never mind, and just throws the ball away. Like, this is a throwaway that's generally taught with bad read, right? So when you pull the ball because you think you can throw it, and then you look at the situation and you say, never mind, I can't throw it, you throw the ball away. And especially with the, let's see. So when you look at this play, especially with this guy rushing down to get in the hole, I don't mind the throwaway. Again, not about to pretend like this makes it some crazy good play. I just don't think this makes the list makes Fields' list of lowlights quite like a lot of his others do. But that brings up 3rd down and 1. And 3rd down and 1 is my least favorite play of the game. 3rd down and 1 right here. Do you guys remember what happens? I do this every stream, at least once or twice, right? Do you remember what play this is? Do you know why I'm so frustrated? Do you know why this was the play that made me say, I'm done. I'm out. Like, does anybody remember what happened? Yep, Akusai. You got it. It's a false start. It drove me absolutely nuts. I mean, this was the sort of play where I looked at it and I thought to myself, why does it feel as if every 3rd or 4th and 1, the Bears cannot get out of their own way? And in this case, they don't. They false start. And what should be a gimme becomes tough. And I think they take another sack after that. But so, somebody talked about the last RPO being something that you look the other way. Most of these RPOs are pick side or determination. I mean, you can run a lot of RPOs a lot of different ways, and it's truly just a matter of quarterback preference. But I don't know if Fields has played enough in the NFL to have a preference, and I think that was part of the problem, Ryan, I don't know if crowd noise had a whole lot of it. I have no idea. More than anything, I really think it's that, and Jordan mentioned this just a little while ago, but the concept of a rookie going from Ohio State to the NFL, not just the NFL, but the Browns specifically, is like saying that he went from playing Rutgers to one of the best defenses in football. Like, he didn't know what was and wasn't going to be open because he's been playing in this league against the number 1 defense for like a month, maybe a month and a half. Like, he's been a professional quarterback for almost no time. Like, this is going to be tough for him. And then you get a 3rd and 6 play like this. So, 3rd down, by the way, this is something that I want you guys to know, because this is like a play calling tendency, right? A lot of people on 3rd down specifically, or 4th down, tend to look at a lot of these plays and think, oh, okay, so check this out. You've got Darnell Mooney coming down on a go and Cole Kmet running a snag route. Look at that. Bang, 8 yards. What's Fields doing? Not looking there. I'll tell you what he's doing. He knows he's got his number 1 receiver over here running an option route, and he's just going to stare at him. Andy Dalton's going to do this. Mitch Trubisky did this. Nick Foles did this. Any quarterback in football is going to do this. I mean, Patrick Mahomes does this to Travis Kelce. Josh Allen does this with Stephon Diggs and Cole Beasley. A lot of the other weapons that they've got in the Bills. Generally speaking, you predetermine a lot of your late down stuff. Like, you really do. Like, in 2nd and 1, 3rd and 1, unless you're Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, or whoever's playing quarterback for the Colts, where you've got a huge offensive line in front of you, a lot of these guys know that they need to get the ball out, and you can't take a sack on these late downs. So what Fields is staring at is he's got Allen Robinson on an option route, and all he's waiting for is wherever Allen goes, because Allen has basically the entire field at this point to make a play on his one cornerback right here. And I know what you're gonna say, by the way, Jordan, because you are pretty hot on A-Rob right now, but this is not a good route on Allen Robinson's part. Great to see you, Brandon. New channel, looking solid. But so Robinson's going to run this route, and he gets nothing, and he's not even near the sticks. I mean, JT O'Sullivan absolutely killed Robinson for it. I do think Robinson gets stymied, but the whole bit of having Allen Robinson is that he is a man-on-man, like, wide receiver machine. Like, he's going to beat his guy. And instead, Robinson gets nothing out of this, and Fields, who's pretty much going from here, the middle of the field, straight to Robinson, looks and sees, oh, that's not open. So he tries to figure something out. You can actually see him trying to make a play at some point here, but Robinson's nowhere near open, and Fields is trying to figure out what he does after that. I mean, again, when it comes to the argument about sitting Fields right now, just so you know, I'm not even saying I'm pro sitting Fields. I am so on the fence, because I think there are a lot of players that have gotten better taking the live bullets, and a lot of players that have gotten better without it. But this Bears offense did Fields no favors, and he didn't play well, but it did him no favors. So Seth, he thinks about running it. He tries to, but then the NFL lineman gets over there and stuffs him, and he gets sacked. And so it's sad. I mean, chances are, if he had it to do over again, you could say break this way. Maybe he finds something, plays a one-on-one game over here. Stuff that he did in the preseason, right? But man, A-Rob got destroyed. Like, you guys are talking about Allen Robinson. You're right. He did not play well. Like, I don't think so anyways. He didn't look dominant. He kind of just looked like a receiver to me. But I kind of thought all the receivers did. Fields did not look comfortable. Everything just looked so out of sorts. Unbelievably out of sorts. This was the goofy part about this play, of course, is the fact that this is one of the O-line's better reps. And even on the better reps, here's Myles Garrett just absolutely punching through. This is something that really frustrated me, by the way. So Matt Nagy talked and said something that really bugged me in the presser. They talked about how one of the things that the Browns did was that they moved Garrett onto the inside of the offensive line, and well, what are you going to do about that? Like, I'm comfortable playing empty for sure. Like, I really don't have the issue with 5-man protection that a lot of guys do, but the Browns are crafty about how they got into the looks they got into. But man, oh man, did the Bears just get beat up on these offensive line calls, where now you're going to see them snap it, and shocker, the guy who's got his weight on his... I need to show you guys this. So what we're looking at here, right, because I think this is important, is you've got 3 guys down on the line of scrimmage. Like, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming, and you got to be prepped for him coming. But I keep staring at 52, finding myself thinking, he doesn't look like all his weight's on the front, and I know that defensive linemen read this kind of thing, right? You can end up with tells as you go through this, and I find myself just wondering, okay, so they've got a 3-on-3, or they're looking for a 3-on-3. They want Ifedi, Daniels, and Mustipher on their own. I'm surprised that that Whitehair wasn't ready to try to help out a little bit, but maybe there was just no way to do it. I mean, this was exactly the kind of thing that I look at. The Browns got what they wanted. Daniels punches straight through, or not Daniels. Daniels just gets punched straight through. The Bears don't block anybody out in front of Justin, and it goes to hell. I mean, this is like the whole game in a nutshell. I mean, it's everything's fault, right? Is it Justin? Yeah. Or were the play calls helpful? Not especially. They kind of looked confused, to be honest, like a scatter shot of kind of everything. Did the offensive line play well? It did not. Did the wide receivers separate? They did not. Did Cole Kmet look good? He did not. Did Jimmy Graham play? I don't really remember. I'm sure he was in there sometimes, but man, they looked rough the whole game. So then we kick to drive 5. We're almost at the end of talking about the offense, or at least I'm about out of gas on the offense, and we could go through some fun defensive footage, and then we could talk about Russell Wilson later, but we'll get through all of it because I'm really curious to see Rookie Russ. These were the kinds of plays that when you say to yourself, like, what's going on here? What is this? Brandon, I gotta tell you, so Brandon's rebranding. He's gonna try to do some defensive stuff. So if you like defensive things, you like these kinds of streams, go ahead and subscribe to the Defensive Download. He's gonna try to put some work together that's gonna be a lot stronger than mine because I basically just ask him questions. And that's where I get a whole lot of defensive information from. But anyways, he brings up a question that I do think is interesting of like, why does Fields not playing equal he's bad? And I'm willing to ask that question because I don't think that if Fields sits, that's a problem. But these are the kinds of plays that I look at and I find myself wondering, okay, so what did they do at practice? Because this is nuts to me. Like, I've watched people run Dragon over and over and over. You guys have seen me draw out Dragon a billion times. It's the one with the slant and the flat route. Like, I'm drawing it like it's a wheel, but it's really more of a flat and a slant. And all you do is you read this guy. If he stays on the slant, you throw the flat. If he goes to the flat, you throw the slant. It is that easy. And Fields takes the snap, and he stares in the middle of the field. What does he do? I don't know. Maybe he thought he was going to make a faster, or maybe he thought he was going to make a faster decision or something like that. But seriously, he takes the snap, and his first look is just into, like, space. and I'm not saying that that's a problem. I'm saying that somebody taught him to do this. Oh, Bryson, we're gonna watch Rookie Russ because I'm curious to see what the Seahawks did for him when he was a rookie, especially in his early stuff. But anyways, we'll get there later. Basically, Russ and Fields are similar. But so then when Fields does take a look, what's the read, guys? Where'd this corner go? Did he stay on Kmet or did he go to Montgomery? You can see it, can't you? I truly, Ryan, I don't know what he was looking for. Like, I'm pretty sure he's thinking, I'm pretty sure it's just Dragon. Like, this is just a West Coast play where you are looking for one thing or the other. And in this case, if you give Montgomery the ball, it's a touch. I'm kidding. Everybody likes to do that, right? They all like to take these things and just go like way, 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 way too far. No, realistically, Montgomery probably only gets like maybe 8 yards. Like, he catches the ball, he runs forward. If he breaks a tackle, I guess you never know. But the whole goal of NFL offense is to get the ball into your playmaker's hands, and this was a moment that Fields could have, didn't. By the way, any of you members out there in the chat, I want to see the emojis. I'm putting work into these emojis, and if not, you got to tell me what emojis you want. But so, anyways, Fields forces the ball. I don't know what he's thinking here. Like, you've actually got Cole Kmet triple covered. And sure, the throw makes it look even worse because with him leaning over, like, man, does Montgomery just look open. But in this case, like, these are the sorts of balls that you would expect, Andy Dalton's going to hit every time. Like, I don't mean to be absolutely silly, but this is West Coast football. Like, this is the kind of thing, Fields even ran Dragon a fair bit at OSU. So I don't know what got in his head. I don't know whether he was just breaking down right now. Like, I get the impression that this game shell-shocked him. I really do. In a way that it didn't shell-shock him in the Cincinnati game. He did not look this freaked out. But man, his stuff was just so everywhere. I mean, whatever Fields was doing, it was not it. And a lot of it's the mental part. A lot of it's the stuff that he needs to make these. I'm happy he is making these mental mistakes. It sucks that he's just getting destroyed, right? It sucks that he's getting hit and hit and hit and hit again. But it is nice that he's seeing what open looks like. And these are like, he's starting to realize that he's got to, he's got to realize that, oh gosh, you guys can tell that I'm really working it here, but Fields has to realize that you have to throw the ball. Like the smash route that we saw earlier with Cole Kmet there and Mooney there, you got to throw it. Like, you got to get the ball out. You got to just rip it sometimes. Throw those interceptions, make those mistakes, let the ball loose. I think that there's next to no doubt in my mind that Justin Fields can come back from this. It's a matter of both coaching and it's a matter of personal just grit and growth. But I tend to think that one game isn't going to shatter him. Either way, one passing yard, hashtag not good, just to say it. But so this is, I think, the play. No, this is just one of many plays where Mustipher gets absolutely deleted. But I mean, it's just so funny watching this Bears offense because Grace is alive. They were trying anything they could. This guy, or like, I think, is this a linebacker or a defensive back? It's a linebacker. He shuts down Allen Robinson. I mean, like, this hurts. This hurts so bad. Because here's Allen Robinson one-on-one against the linebacker, and you know that he's just sitting there thinking, all right, so they're gonna go inside on me, or it's gonna be a slant. Like, next to no doubt in my mind, he's thinking hitch, he's thinking in, he's thinking slant. That's it. And just 1, 2, 3. And Fields is looking for a quick completion. I mean, I agree with you. Oh, Mooney. Sorry. Thank you, guys. Thank you. But either way, Mooney's up on a linebacker, and he gets beat. And I can't help but feel like part of that is because the Bears run stick like it's the only play that they have sometimes. Like, their back on rhythm play is stick, and the Browns sat on it. I mean, Brandon, feel free to throw anything else that you feel like in there, but I got the impression that the Browns knew they were going to destroy the Bears. And so they just sat around and waited for all of the standard stuff that the Bears run. They waited for the hitches. They waited for the slants. They waited for the the RPOs. They waited for all that little stuff that the Bears were probably going to come out with, because that's what the Bears do. I mean, they just teed the Bears up at this point. I don't think Mooney is the receiver that loses to a linebacker, but in this case, he definitely did. And I think part of it is just because that linebacker knew it was coming. He knew where he was breaking. He wasn't surprised. And ultimately, the Bears were lucky that Justin Fields didn't get tagged with his second interception, because they were just waiting on it. And like you're talking about, Jordan, I am really curious. I mean, I'm not curious as to why the Bears didn't try a double move. I think they thought that would have also gotten Fields killed. But past a certain point, they were just damned if you did, or the Bears were damned if they did and damned if they didn't. If they did try a defensive or a double move and they got sacked, Nagy sucks. If they didn't try a double move and they still got sacked, Nagy sucks. Like, this was not a good game. This was a game, I think, going into it, honest opinion, and I know Brandon's going to agree with me because I talked to him about this a lot, but this was a game Nagy didn't want to play. This was a game Fields probably did want to play, but didn't know that he shouldn't want to play. The Bears offensive line probably didn't want to play it. Like, this was the worst because you've got a rookie quarterback making his first start on the road against maybe the best defense in football. Like, I am surprised that Nagy didn't get more out of Justin Fields. I really am. Like, one passing yard, gracious alive. But the fact that the Bears lost and struggled, that doesn't surprise me even a little bit. Like, it really doesn't. So, Ryan, it's interesting. You actually talk about this, and I find this really important, right? So, the key with max protect, right, is, oh yeah, Jared, that's the problem. So when you've got 7 guys back here, for instance, you still have to marry up the blocking scheme to what you're doing, but or else you're still going to give up pressure, and the Bears did plenty of times. But the key with 5 wide is that you've got so many receiving options doing so many different things. Theoretically, you can attack more space, even in less time, and have somewhere to get the ball out. The problem is, Fields is going to do better as a rookie. Like, this is rookie stuff that I'm about to talk about on predetermined looks. As many predetermined things as you can. Like, you don't need to, you don't need at this point to give Fields these, like, look everywhere kinds of plays, and he should be able to run them. They're college grade plays that you hope Fields is better at. I don't want to give Fields a pass, but I would have expected a little bit more just design stuff one way or another, so that Fields only had one place to look and had to focus on just counting to 3 and ripping the ball to a specific person. Joe, I would think it would. I am surprised they didn't run more max protect, but at the same time, it's tough to run max protect out of the shotgun. It's easier to run empty out of the shotgun, for instance. And this is why, if you ask me for like what I would have done, I would have put Fields in the Trubisky offense. Like, I would have put Fields under center the whole game with a whole bunch of people in bunch sets. They can be a whole bunch of wide receivers. They can be tight ends. I don't really care, but just get them under center, have them roll and pass, or drop back here and pass from the pocket, or run. Like, you can run that under center, move the ball offense that is exactly what they did with Trubisky, and I don't think it would be good. Kind of like the Trubisky offense was pretty limited, but I think that you could do a ton more. I know Derek, I know Nagy hates that offense, but this would have been better for Fields. You don't have to treat Fields like he's Goff or Trubisky, but I do think you need to treat Fields like if I was going to draw it out. So here's the ball, right? Nagy loves to attack this area of the field. Like, this is Nagy's preference. Let me see if I can come up with a code, right? But everything else is Fields' preference. All this stuff is where Fields wants to be. Fields lives for the deep shot, and his arm lives for it too. Like, he's got a slightly longer release that's so unbelievably accurate from 10 to 20 yards and beyond that I'm shocked that they didn't try to generate more of those looks and instead tried to attack all this stuff that Fields wasn't good at it just doesn't like as much without at this point, like, getting some screens out there or something. Again, I'm a little surprised, not on this play specifically, but I am a little surprised that they didn't have more just one-step drop and throw the ball. And like you're saying, Brandon, I mean, there's an element of all this that you say, like, I'm surprised, or like, it's tough to install everything. Like, this is more bye-week kind of change that we're talking about, but even so, like, this is one where you feel for the coaches a little bit, but you got to get more performance than the Bears got. I think we can all agree with that. Ryan, which specific next-gen stats are you thinking about? But Bryson, so theoretically every offense stretches the field for big plays in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's bunch sets that condense the field so that then they can stretch it, or whether it is so it's bunch sets that can stretch it, or 5 wides that do this, and then you've got, this is the play where Sam Mustipher gets absolutely destroyed, by the way. And Jared, you bet I do. I love JT O'Sullivan's work. But so this one, I want everybody to watch Sam Mustipher. So I feel like I'm almost becoming a bully to Mustipher. I feel bad. but check out Musty here. So you're gonna see him get just crushed. I mean, he gets picked off in a bad way. Like, this was yet another just nasty play from the offensive line. And hey, you want to kill the Bears for not leaving enough in protection? Here's Montgomery bailing the Bears out, sort of, where you're going to see him, like, Montgomery and the running backs, I feel for him because they had impossible assignments. Normally, you've got the running back sitting on the edge, right? He's waiting to try to bail the edge rusher out, but instead, gracious alive, Montgomery and any running back is going to have to take on defensive tackles that stunt through the offensive line because they're getting killed on every single position. Like, watch Montgomery here. Like, this is hilarious, in my opinion, because if you see him, he's got his head on a swivel in this 7-man protection set because they're trying to just get somebody open down the field, and he has no idea where to help. He's like, okay, do I help with Takk McKinley? Do I help with Myles Garrett? Do I help with, is this Clowney over here? Do I help with Clowney? Like, you watch Montgomery, and he's having to just keep his feet alive, and he's the only reason 97 doesn't get a sack. Instead, Takk McKinley does, which stinks. And what sucks is, and J.T. O'Sullivan kind of like talked about this, is that on this play in particular, what really bums me out is, oh yeah, absolutely, Brandon, this is a Super Bowl pass rush unit like that the Browns have. But so the key here is that the Bears have just, I wouldn't say they've given up, but they're close to it, because they're just going to run goes. So they've got goes down the sidelines. Fields picks the right read. He's got the man open, right? Bird beats his man. He's even there. He's leaving there. And Fields wants to throw the ball. Had Fields not gotten hit, he's letting go. Like, this is where you would argue Fields threw it like a college quarterback and not a pro quarterback, because the timing is just a smidge late. So in college, you wait until the guy is about there, you throw the ball ends up way down the field, right? In the NFL, and you'll see this with Rodgers all the time, constantly. Like, this is a true standard rookie mistake. In the NFL, you throw it there. Like, you're already letting go of it. Your arm's back. Like, you're late at this point, especially with this pass rush problem. Like, some guys will get away with it. The Derek Carr types, the Patrick Mahomes types, the Josh Allen types. Like, they can, if they want to, throw it pretty much whenever they feel like it, because they can put the ball wherever they dadgum want to. But in this case, like, this is a decent example of why the NFL is the NFL, because if Fields lets this ball go and just trusts his dude, like, he probably gets a completion out of it, or at least he gets the throw off, for crying out loud. Instead, he hesitates truly just long enough for Takk McKinley to get in on the play, and Fields goes down again. Again, like, back to it. In this case, the play call was technically what we wanted. Like, this is a deep route, and it's in the 7-man protection, and it sucks. Offensive line gets destroyed. Like, if you want to know why I am so out on pace and have been out on pace for quite some time, it's this offensive line play. And I get it. You don't have Borum. You don't have Tevin Jenkins. But the Bears went from an offensive line season where Mitch Trubisky and Nick Foles got absolutely destroyed. Like, they got wrecked all season long. And you actually cut, like, more guys, as many guys as you added. Ugh. It really frustrates me. But exactly like Sam, I wouldn't say that all quarterbacks are having issues suggest that there's an issue with coaching and training. I would tell you that that's the difference between being a rookie and not being a rookie. Like, when you're an NFL veteran, you get used to this stuff. And by the way, Pat O'Donnell punted the snot out of the ball. This is not a great punt, now that I think about it, because this was the 10 to the 30. Yeah, it's not that bad. But yeah, like Ryan Stroud's saying, like, this is the difference. This is why rookie quarterbacks look like rookies and veterans look like veterans. It's this stuff. This is, like, nobody walks into the NFL and just becomes Brady or something like that. They need time. Like, and this, like, plays like we're seeing, just a little bit late, looked the wrong way. Ooh, they didn't get the protection quite right. That's, like, these are exactly why. But so, what do you want to rewind on this one, Brandon? Is it? But so, well, oh yeah, Herbert and Watson. Watson was unbelievable. Watson was absolutely outrageous. But so, Brandon, we're gonna go over defense here in a little bit, but that's Mac making a play. The defense was fun, guys. Like, hang with me. I know everybody wants to talk about Fields. That's why we're doing it first. That's why we're spending so much time on it. That's why we're being painstaking, right? Pulling teeth to go through the offense, is because the defense is a really nice pick-me-up. It really is. And Jared, I don't blame you. Like, Fields saying, oh, the game's really slow to me, I do not think that did him favors from a media perspective. But, hey, you got to live with what you got to live with, right? It's out of context, but that's the NFL. Don't give him the soundbite. It's actually kind of slow to me. Did not look slow today. But so here the Bears decide that what they're going to do to get back on track. This is the first run of the second half, which hurts. But so see, Brandon, I told you Tonga looked good. Like, Tonga really did look quite solid. But so yeah, Case, like, they did a great job, or the defense did a good job. The defense did everything you would have asked them to do. The defense played this game to win. And it really hurt watching the back end of it, because the Bears defense kind of just looked tired and sad, but that's how it goes, right? So this is exactly the kind of play that you want, by the way. This is whether you want it to be the play call, whether you want it to be, like, this should have been the whole offense, my opinion, right? So you've got everybody on the front, you've got offensive zone, or you got outside zone blocking with Fields running a bootleg right here for a comeback route. This is OSU stuff meets NFL. Like, this is a nice way to get what you want, and especially because the Bears finally don't get somebody just crashing all the way down, because they get Kmet in there blocking someone. Actually, hang on, I need to wind back a little bit. Oh, Joe, the late round picks that Pace has are pretty outrageous. Like, but so let me see. So the Bears get a solid little block on 90 right there, Jadeveon Clowney, who it's just enough to slow him down to where Fields can get out of the way. Fields probably, oh no, he is trying to release it, so let's just let the play go. I would say he's a smidge slow to get to this ball, but we've been talking about that. That is almost like the rookie curse, right? You're about a half second behind. But it is kind of hilarious to me that Goodwin doesn't come back for the ball, because he just waits on it. And it looks to me like it's on a line. Like, you know, Ryan, every time a defender is playing well, they always want to turn him into offensive linemen, and there's a huge difference in the way that they play. But so, in this case, so Bryson, I'm picking on Fields for every play because quarterback's really hard, first of all, but also because it's worth noting just where he's a rookie and where the Browns were good. It's kind of all of it. And so I would love to see Goodwin come back for this ball. I think the ball is fine. The decision is fine. Like, there's tons of this stuff. Like, let me see. He really has. Like, Brandon, I was reading your comment, just thinking through it. He really has struggled coming back to the football. He kind of just waits on the ball. But so here, this one made me sad too. So here the Bears actually get what we want them to, right? They have, it's a standard 5-man protection set, so nothing crazy there. But they're just going to have Cole Kmet ISO up a linebacker and get open in space. Or at least that's the goal. And instead what you get is snap. Go, Cole. Go. Technically, this is actually open enough. But so this is exactly the difference between the NFL and college, is that Cole Kmet does not separate, so to speak, in this play. But he does get enough leverage to where if you put the ball right there, you could get it to him. So Fields doesn't see it, or at least he thinks, like, as you watch Fields, because the offensive line's getting destroyed, what else? But so the offensive line's getting wrecked. Fields is watching him thinking, oh, well, that's covered, and that's covered. Maybe I throw it there. He thinks about it, but I think he looks and just wonders, oh, gosh, I don't know if I can get it there. And so then by now his clock's run out. He tries to get away, but as JT O'Sullivan would say, dudes are fast. This is a gnarly route. The wide receivers did a bad job because Cole Kmet goes straight. He's trying to basically push the linebacker so that he can then generate separation off of him, but he does not do a good job. Let me see. Case, you'll have to refer to me what's going on. But No, I do end up needing to. Or oh, you're talking about the stop route in the Cincinnati game. But so we can talk about that later. But so Kmet doesn't do a great job here, and Fields gets sacked. I'm just bothered by the offense in general. Like, we could just start to, at this point, kind of go a little bit quicker, because the Bears are just getting beat on all fronts. Like, you want Fields to throw the ball here. Don't get me wrong. You do. Like, throw the ball right there. But at the same time, Fields, who's extremely comfortable throwing to open dudes from OSU, just needs time. Like, he needs time with the ones. He needs time to realize what NFL windows look like, because basically, if you will, the window goes from you can throw it anywhere in here and probably get a completion to you pretty much need to throw it right there. Like, this is the kind of this is the matchup that we want. Mustipher, thank you, Kusai, for pointing out Mustipher's one solid play. But so, like, this, or you hit the point where Fields has taken so many sacks that he's trying to do what he can to not take any more sacks. Because he's thinking about not taking sacks, he walks into another sack. I mean, this was just rough. And he looked like just a rookie, such a rookie, with no breaks. Nothing that his defense was doing, or nothing that his offense was doing well for him. They weren't blocking. Credit to the 2018 offense. The 2018 offense could block for Mitch pretty well. If memory serves, they had a top 10. It was like 10th, literally, offensive line in football. Like, they were doing a decent job of keeping Mitch upright, and he was able to go from there. And so, yeah, right? Talking about Pat O'Donnell. Pat O'Donnell was letting that thing fly. He was letting it howl. But so he's kind of crept up, by the way, because normally, like, I thought O'Donnell, even as recent as a couple of years ago, was just all right. But he's let the ball go pretty solid a couple of times. But so, yeah, Jordan, it sure seems like that. But so, let's see. Here they try to run that same sprint out, and Fields gets wrecked. This goes back to what we were talking about, where they basically just started to take every single handoff, and whether this is play action or an RPO, who cares? Because basically whenever, gosh, Myles Garrett's just outrageous. Look at how quickly he triggers down on this. The speed that he got to Fields, I thought for sure Myles Garrett had just seen it and run straight at him. He doesn't. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Takes a step in, plants on one foot, and just says, all right, I'll meet you there. And the play's over. Like, this is absolutely crazy. I don't know. Myles Garrett played a heck of a game. There's no denying that now the Bears have been shut out by Jalen Ramsey, Myles Garrett, Aaron Donald, and the rest of this unbelievable Browns defense. Like, 2 out of 3 weeks, they played unbelievable defenders, like players that they are not going to run into for the rest of the season. As angry and scary as Nick Bosa is, as angry and scary as Kenny Clark is, as Preston Smith is playing right now, which is hilarious. Like, there is a whole bunch of this stuff where, sure, I agree with you, Ryan, like, leaving Garrett unblocked, yeah, that sucks. Like, especially when he just keeps beating you, for crying out loud. But Myles Garrett looked unbelievable in this game. Absolutely unconscionable. And, chances are you want to see Fields take that and just snap the ball straight out to Mooney. Granted, I don't know what the plays or where they're going on this play, because Mooney immediately turned around. But, yeah, this is one of those, Jared, you're kind of talking about it, like the sadness that you're having where, or you're looking at the schedule. If you're thinking, yeah, no, you're right, Akusai, he's not looking. But so if you're thinking that it gets better for Fields, it doesn't. It gets better than playing the Browns. I've been saying on my podcast, if you've been listening to him, that the Browns looked to me like the scariest team that the Bears were going to play. Like, their defense was outstanding. Their offense is really good. This was a game I was not looking forward to. That's not to say the 49ers is, like, better or easier, or the Packers, for instance, but it didn't look like this, where you're going up against a defense that's just going to shred you. But so this play hurts because this is another one of those. So the Bears are going to run an RPO, by the way. And so the RPO that they're running is a very normal one. It's kind of like a curl. So you've got like a little spot curl right here and a flat to go with it. And you just sort of figure out which one that he's not covering, and then you just stick the ball into someone, right? But so, personal opinion, this is one of those where if you want to harp on coaching, you have to ask yourself, why in the world Jason Peters gets out where he does? I don't have any idea what Peters specifically is doing, because this is a standard RPO lane. Like, I've seen this throw thrown way too many times for the lineman to be out here blocking a safety. I think that's a safety. Maybe he's trying to move him out of the way to create room for the RPO, but this is one of those where I'm like, maybe Fields should have thrown it sooner. Probably could have thrown it sooner, but I don't know why Jason Peters is there. Like, the only reason he would be there is because somebody didn't pick on him to not be there. And that's kind of my point in some of this, is that that play felt to me like one of those, what do we say? Like, why is Peters looking for work and getting in the way of Allen Robinson? Just look at his body language, for crying out loud. Like, he's not even upset. This is so sad. Like, Allen Robinson has Jason Peters cut his throw off, and as he sits there and waits for it, he just looks around and, okay, well, on to the next one. But so, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. I don't want to say that as something that's like anti-Peters. Like, that's not the point. Peters is just new. So, I don't know what happened there. But so, so take a look here. This might have been Fields' best play. So, this is just a see it, throw it. This is what you look forward to if you're looking for the future. After all of this, right? After all of this, Fields finally has a play where he just steps back and throws it. 1, 2, 3, fire. Bang. Like, this is one of those where if we were going to sit on it, right? Which I don't want to be too excited about a curl route. Take a look at this. 1, 2, 3. Here's the throw. Is Allen Robinson even close to breaking? No, he's not. This is capital A anticipation. Like, you want to see evidence that Fields is growing? This is the growth throw. Like, he just lets this thing howl from way back. So, like, you want to see if right now you're sitting there and you're like, oh no, Robert is not saying good things about Fields. That really freaks me out. This is the kind of play where Fields has been behind the clock all game long, and he caught up here. Like, credit to him. This was one of those plays that you look at and you say, okay, we've got a little bit of mid-game development. Even after taking, 6 sacks at this point? 1, 2, 3, fires. I could sit and watch this for quite some time, which isn't the point. But, like, you shouldn't get too excited about these kinds of things, because, again, it is just a 12-yard play. But this was exactly the kind of play that you want to see a little more out of Fields, because if you take a look at the offensive line, they lose again, right? So the Browns come on a blitz. They get tons of guys right up in Fields' face, but despite 97 kicking straight through the offensive line, Clowney howling down, and what looks like 2 more blitzers, Fields just throws the ball on time, and the offensive line doesn't matter. It's like how Andy Dalton might as well have been playing the Rams by himself, like with him and his wide receivers, because he was just taking the ball and throwing it, taking the ball, throwing it, taking the ball, throwing it. And these are the kinds of plays that if Fields can learn that part of the game, this is going to help him a lot behind this offensive line, because the offensive line isn't catching an upgrade anytime soon. So, Holy Samurai, you asked, are you claiming what? Based off of scheme or talent, because the sack totals weren't looking good the first 2 weeks of... wait, Holy, ask your question again. Just rephrase it. I want to answer it, but I want to make sure I'm answering it correctly. So, just get that back to me again. We'll keep going. So, the Bears finally get a first down. Hurrah. But so, yeah, Jordan, you're on the right track, by the way. I don't think Borum and Tev Jenkins would have been just like some magic solution here. So here's another one. Fields actually gets this out on time. Suddenly Fields has started to look like a decent quarterback. Like, look at this. Just snap, throw. maybe like, okay, so this is one of those that you look at, you sit there, you're like, who cares if he's a little late? He found the right guy, relatively speaking. Like, you've got Montgomery on the check down. You've been missing everything all day. Go get a completion. And of course, the ball hits him right in the hands. And of course, Montgomery drops it. Like, it was hilarious to me, anyways, that that on this play, where I know exactly, right, Akusa? That's what I'm saying. That on this play, I actually thought Fields did pretty much everything he should have. He could have easily built off of the play that he just had to deal with. So he throws that 12-yard rocket. He throws a nice 5-yard check down, which in this game, yeah, 5-yard check down's kind of nice. And then it's still 2nd and 10. So he's got to come from there. And this really bothered me. By the way, here's a simple one. So the Bears are going to run a read option. Right? They're gonna have the running back push up here with Fields coming out. And I've talked to a whole bunch of play calling guys. Brandon, I talked to Bobby about this specifically, where one thing we were talking about is what in the world is Bird doing on this play? Like, I think it's Bird, but if it's not, this wide receiver. So you've got a running back that basically has the whole offensive line supporting him, right? And then you've got Fields, who's going to be one-on-one on the edge with this guy, this corner right here. And so what you're going to see is that this wide receiver runs a route, which, thank you, Timothy. Great to have you along. Thanks for sticking with this rough one in our Chicago Bears wake. But so he's going to run a route, right? And as he runs this route, he looks back for the ball, but Justin Fields seems to not think about throwing it. And I'm going to pin this on teaching. Like, personally, and it is Goodwin. Thank you, Ryan. But so this looks to me like it should have had a throw tagged on it, where Fields looks out and he still sees this guy. You just loft the ball over and you get some yards immediately. Like, it is bizarre to me that in this case that they didn't have the wide receiver block, but they also didn't get the throw over, because this looks to me like it's easy. I don't know whether it's tunnel vision. I don't know whether it's just improper teaching. It is hard to tell, but the Bears leave this sort of thing on the field all the time. These are exactly the kinds of things that are 100% just like they are on the field every single time that they leave out there, where I think, or I would pin this more so if you asked my honest opinion. The more I watched this, the more I found myself saying, I don't know how Fields isn't ready to throw this, because I would expect, exactly like you're saying, Brandon, I would anticipate that in press they had the wide receiver run the route thinking that the corner would follow him. But if they didn't get that follow, exactly like this situation, you got to just loft that ball over. Like, that to me seems like a fairly easy tag, but Fields doesn't see it. He slides down, he gets the 1-yard gain, and the Bears probably miss out on another touchdown. So that's 2 touchdowns Fields missed, the early one and this one. But so bummer that happened, because that's exactly the kind of hole shot that you want to see him take, because it's there. The score could be, or like the score could have been a lot better had Fields found some of these things. And this is a neat little play, by the way. Finally they throw a a screen, and even then Fields just has to figure it out, and even so he does so kind of creatively. And Joe, you asked about linemen downfield. That's a good question, and interestingly enough, no. So when you watch this play, you're gonna see that, I hope it's the same one. It is, thank goodness. Okay, so the ball was snapped here. Let's check at the time of potential throw. And it looks like he never got more than about 3 yards downfield, he being the furthest one. So if we went off of, say, soccer offsides, it looks as if the line did a decent job of being ready for a throw. So maybe the throw is coached in there. But that's definitely one that you want him to see. It's not weird to have the wide receiver run. It's weird to just not have him block and not have the throw option, or to have him run and not have the throw option. So it's probably Fields, but even so, like, that's one of those that you look at and it's like, oof, not great. So then they move on to this play right here, where, again, it's like the first screen pass, which I think they could have tried a couple more screens. Browns defense is good, is really good. So I don't want to pretend that that there's a magic answer at all, right? I think there were some things that the play caller could have done. Like, honestly, might have been a decent day for a reverse. But then again, there wasn't anything that the Bears were doing specifically. Exactly, Carlos. That zero intention to throw to Goodwin has me wondering whether the throw was even part of the set. So I don't want to put it all on Fields. I more just want to say, like, maybe there was a throw and Fields missed it, but maybe there wasn't a throw and it should have been there. And exactly, Jordan, this Browns defense is loaded. Like, loaded. I don't feel like people are realizing just how good this team is on paper. Like, it's a Super Bowl defensive line with a coverage set that's maybe better. Fields does a good job just figuring something out. If you actually take a look at this, it almost looks like he no-looks this ball a little bit, right? Like, watching his eyes, I'm only just realizing this, and hey, look, he no-looked his way to 1 yard, so don't be too crazy, but it looks as if he gets his eyes way over here so that he can set the screen up, where he then just flicks the ball to Kmet, who turns around with Daniels and Mustipher staring at the guys that maybe they should be blocking, and the Bears get nothing. I mean, these are the sorts of things that just drive me absolutely wild. Like, now let's talk about just spacing and whatnot. It's crazy to me that you don't have an agile, fleet-footed center like Mustipher getting over onto this side of Cole Kmet. Almost every time I see a tight end screen, there tends to be 1 to 2 guys on the backside so that the tight end can turn and get upfield. But this is Cole Kmet we're talking about, exactly like you're kind of hinting at, Bryson. Like, this is, believe it or not, Jared, Mustipher is more agile than he is strong. Let's just put it that way. But so Kmet catches the ball, probably should beat that guy. Like, standard tight end, you're wanting them to catch that ball and just get out, right? So catch, go. And he tries to, he just doesn't have the speed for it. But really bummed. Like, these are the kinds of plays that I look at, and I don't know whether it's all design or execution, but it feels like every time the Bears run a screen, and hey, here they get on third down like 7 yards, I think. But I just end up a little disappointed because it feels as if it's been 2 years since the Bears got a decent screen off in, like, the Cowboys game that Mitch looked so good in 2019, which I rewatched the other day. Don't ask me why I did. I think I was just in a dark place. That was right before I put together the Nagy thing. But so, Illini Jake. Missing Trey Burton, that'll get you beat up in some places on Bears Twitter. But yeah, there are a whole lot of these sorts of plays that I look at and I'm like, I don't know. Like, yeah. But so, they've always been iffy, John. This is another one of those plays that I look at. I actually like Fields' idea. I just don't think he quite gets there. Brandon, what are you saying same to, by the way? But so, not Shaheen. But so, I love the fact that Fields is looking downfield and he finds Mooney. Like, if you take a look at this, a lot of quarterbacks just run this ball, and a lot of quarterbacks get a lot of yards. Fields actually had a lot of yards because he looks out here. He has one wide receiver with one man to beat and a absolute ton of space, like an absolute ton of space. But credit to Fields. From the brain perspective, Fields, thank you so much, Mama. I would tell you that from a percentage-wise, just going off the top of my head, I would probably say Fields 30, O-line 35. Maybe I'd downgrade Fields to 25 if I wanted to be really nice, but 25 to 30 and O-line 30 to 35, and then just offensive scheme meets defensive scheme, the rest. Like, the wide receivers got cooked, you could throw them into, but like the Browns defense just looked so much better than the Bears that there was an aspect of it where it's like, I don't know whether the play callers practically quit, but it felt as if to some degree they were just sort of like, yeah, we're not getting anything. Like, but anyways, so credit to Fields, he sees Mooney open. Like, this time he finds him. He's thinking about it too. The only trouble is that he kind of takes too long to throw it. which I'm not trying to just destroy the guy. But so this is one of those where if you watch Fields, I wish I could slow this down, because what's wild to me, Derek, I like the way you put that. 100% on Nagy, and then another 100% divided up around guys on the field. But so Fields takes a look down the field. He sees Mooney, and then you're gonna see him stop and then rock and then throw, and he ends up dragged down as he lets it go. Like, I find myself wondering, because I've seen a whole lot of guys. I know, John. I know. Where I wonder to myself why it is that he doesn't like kind of step through it here, like take your rocker step and then throw it, kind of off the hop. But maybe I've just seen Mahomes do it enough that I've found myself kind of going like, oh, anybody can do that. And that's not really the point. Because, Ryan, nobody's making a 50-yard throw on the run. That's ridiculous. No, you can't do that. Like, 35 yards, 40 yards on the run is insanity. But so, what you're going to have to stop. But he gets the reset right here, and then he doesn't throw it. I wonder if he just thought to himself that based on his footing right here, maybe he thought he was going to stick the ball, like, over the... dang it. Draw it better, Robert. There-ish. Like, that he was going to, instead of trying to put the ball here, which is where my head says he should go, that he tried originally to put it there and then realized that he couldn't. And so then tried to flick it out in front of him. Ball ends up about, so Mooney wants to be there. Ball's caught there. What would we say, guys? Math, about 8 yards short-ish. But so he ends up a little short, and I think he can get it. Give it another try. Fields' arm has all the juice. Like, you could get this ball in there. He's just a rookie, and it's a rookie mistake. And it's a bad day to just keep seeing tons and tons and tons of rookie mistakes, but I love the aggression. I do. Like, I'll actually give Justin credit. He sees the guy open, and he's really open. Like, this is very, very open, and he lets that thing howl. He just probably should have stepped into it a little bit better, but I say that as a 5'5" guy on my couch, as Tariq Cohen would have said it, or like on TikTok, so take that for what it's worth. Justin Fields is a rookie. Again, I love the fact that he passed on 10 yards on the ground so that he could try to get his team back into the game with a big throw. It's just not a great throw. And then he gets annihilated. But so it's definitely one that I think will get better as things go forward. So now we get into the Wildcat play. Hilariously enough, this really is the kind of thing that the Bears could have done more often. Yes, John, he is directing the wide receiver, or at least it kind of seems like it. He's at least talking with the wide receiver. He's telling him where he wants him to go. But, yeah, he likes it. He says basically go there, and then he stops, points his feet what feels like kind of the wrong direction, and then lets a rip. But so anyways, we'll see what happens. I tend to think that the dam's going to break for Fields. Like, if he can get the open looks that we're hoping he would against the Lions, he may tear him up, because he doesn't miss many throws. Not throws. His trouble right now is timing. It's all the rookie stuff, you know? But so, of course, Ryan, I watched the pregame speech. I was all in, 100%. But so, at this point, then they try a quick snap, and this just gets annihilated. Like, this was completely seen out. And part of me thinks that there's an element of it that didn't help with the play action fake specifically. Because if you watch Fields' fake, it's not the world's strongest, but that's what happens when you've been sacked almost 7 times, it feels like. Where I would expect, like, this was one of those where Fields turns around, he expects to see this guy, but the second one really seems to catch him off guard as he suddenly realizes he's got absolutely nowhere to go. And so he gets bit by the turf monster and goes right down. But yeah, a lot of sacks. Like, this is one of those where I find myself thinking that, so they tried the quick snap. If he gets depth, this is at least what JT O'Sullivan was saying, where like you're hearing, or exactly like you got me to, or got to me, Akusai, if he gets just a little bit more depth, because you're actually going to see him curl around pretty shallow, that if he gets a little deeper, which is more normal, if you will, then he has a smidge more time to just dump the ball off to Kmet. But he turns pretty hard, basically walks right into the Browns defender, and the Browns were ready for the for the boot stuff. By the way, the Browns were all over the boot stuff. But if he's just a little deeper, further back, he can just like punch the ball through, which I know I curled it there, but he can punch the ball through that window. Instead, he takes a more aggressive angle, and the Browns were ready for it. The Browns defense was ready for everything. Like, you are not going to get this kind of a beating every single week. And thankfully, like, yeah, you get the idea. Exactly, Joe. He can only get better. I think he learned a lot. It's just a matter of whether he's resilient enough to learn a lot, right? To not get crushed by the weight of what happened in this case. But so this play, awfully nice. I liked it anyways. It's just a simple one, right? So I keep rewinding it. I know I do. But this is basically, think of it as a similar play to Smash, where you've got Jimmy Graham running a curl right here, and if this guy stays down, you throw it to Jimmy, and if he goes with Jimmy, you throw it to Montgomery, and in this case, he does. Like, he throws it, he kind of hops as he throws the ball, because he's been sacked like 7 times at this point, so you watch the offensive line, like Mustipher looks as if, oh yeah, they give up pressure. Looks like they get away with just a little bit of a hold. You've still got, what is that? It looks like Clowney coming around. The fact that Clowney, by the way, is on this Browns defensive line. Brandon, I know you're still in here. This is just ridiculous. Like, it was bad enough with Garrett and Takk McKinley and the other guys that they've got, but you've got Clowney on it too. Goodness gracious, they ate the Bears alive. Like, I'm very interested to see where the Browns go from here, because I think personally that for the Bears fans out there that love defense, love running the ball, love everything that they love everything that they love about Chicago ball, Cleveland is your team this year. Like, these guys are the run the ball, play great defense, and run play action passes all the time offense. Now, one thing that really sucked to me, I talked about this a lot on my podcast. Montgomery does what he does. He takes a 4th and 9, which you don't want anyways, by the way. But so Montgomery just basically, like, this stuff's bananas, by the way. Like, just watching this at this point, they had 15 pressures. Jeez, by the way. But so Montgomery's legs are bananas. I don't know how his knees take this. Like, he seems to do this once a game where I wish I could go slow-mo, but like, check this out. He just goes, yeah. Like, how does he get that kind of power through his legs? There's a reason NFL defenders are continually just like and tackle nothing. Like, so Montgomery pulls 7 yards out of his tuchus. Like, he has no need to get anything out of this, and he does anyways. Like, personal opinion, the part of the reason I want to see the Bears run more screens to Montgomery is because Montgomery this year has been an absolute thief with the ball in his hands. Like, he just steals yardage, it feels like, because he's able to just go a different direction. Like, a human being shouldn't be able to catch that ball and just go that way, but he does. Like, his change of direction is bananas. He's not the guy who's going to pick you up 40 yards, but he's the guy who's going to turn a loss of 1 into a gain of 6. And so he'll net you a bunch of yards you probably shouldn't have had if you can use him well. It's insane. But so it's, I know, right, John? Like, but so then Montgomery steals about 9 yards on 3rd and 11, if memory serves, and Nagy kicks it, and the game was over. Like, at this point, if y'all remember, I think it is 3-13, right? So you got the pass interference, because remember, like, let me see. Oh, I mean, Jordan, I feel like asking for an offensive guru doesn't necessarily imply that you can't be tough, because Kevin Stefanski's the one leading the Browns and he's offensive, more or less. But so anyways, this drove me nuts because the Bears get a gift to get into the red zone. Then Montgomery gives you a gift to get you to 4th and 2, and Nagy in the offense says, okay, so our defense is just going to be perfect. And that to me is almost cruel. I'm not trying to be insane, but you do. I think you have to go for it. I mean, they've been going for it all season long. They went for it 4 times in the Rams game. They went for it twice in the Bengals game, if memory serves. At least once. Might have just been once. But they did go for it first time Fields was on the field. Here, they take the points. I get what they're thinking that they're doing, but they don't. Like, no. You've got to me, you have to go for it. Like, if you don't get it, the game's over anyways. If you do get it, you're back in it. It's 10-13 at that point. Nothing crazy, but at least maybe you've got some points that you can go with. Instead, they get 6, and the Browns score and the game's over. Like, we can break down the rest. Certainly, we can take a look at it. But at that point, I would argue Nagy sealed his fate. Because he had the opportunity, even with a struggling quarterback, even with an offensive line that was getting absolutely danced, even with a running game that wasn't going. Like, even with everything that they had going on, they were in a position where they probably wouldn't have gotten it. But I think as a coach, you've got to try. Like, that's my take anyways. Just 2 cents. By the way, Khalil Herbert, not a bad little game from him. I don't know if this is the great return, but he had like another 40-yarder. Yeah, look, I hate throwing the word coward around outside of Rashad. You know, we talked a lot about Rashad Coward last year. Memories, right? But this was one of those that I looked at and I was like, yikes. Like, to me, that was a pretty cowardly conversation. Or not a cowardly conversation, cowardly decision. But so, this was a nice little timing route, by the way. Fun fact, it kind of felt like Fields got better. Like, by the end of the game, Fields was 1, 2, 3, throw. A-Rob does not get open. But, like, so what? Yeah, that's the thing, Jordan. It feels like it was too little too late. But so, Fields throws it. Denzel Ward is good. I mean, this whole Browns team, this is like watching the Rams, but Jalen Ramsey and Aaron Donald are all over the place. Like, it was crazy to me. So then Fields gets to the check down mentally, but he the throw's probably a little wide. Looks like his base gets unsettled when you go about watching this. Yes, Mama, you did see that Fields' hand was hurt. But so Fields drops back, and you can actually see him waver a little bit in the pocket here before he throws it. Allen Robinson gets pulled to the ground. I don't know if... No, they did get a flag for that. But so this play doesn't technically count because it looks like the Bears are trying to run smash again here in the 4th quarter. I like the fact that he found the check down, even if we're just talking mental reps, because we have seen this, right? We talked about this the whole game, that a lot of it was just these rookie kinks that Fields had to work out. And I don't know if these will carry over to the Lions game, should Fields get the chance to start. Gosh, I hope he gets the chance to start. Like, against the Lions. I think he could use a good game. But so, I do like the fact that he then started to hit the timing stuff. Here, this is a perfect example of the Browns just kind of knowing what the Bears want to do, by the way. Like, at this point, the Bears are going to try to get Mooney out here on what's considered an Omaha route. And so, that's just an out route. Just looks like that. And the Browns are ready for it. Like, I don't know what Mooney did to tip this off, if he did tip this off, because the Bears have been running slants all game. But this linebacker, who's on the inside, should never get this close. And yet he does. Maybe it's just the fact that Fields looked over there, that that he didn't look to the center this time. I have no idea, because you can tell that as soon as he took the snap, 51's going to take off. They had their scouting report nailed. They did a great job. They really did. And oh yeah, we're going to go there, Bryson. Don't you worry about it. But so then what do we got here? This is another nice little Fields run. I think it's hilarious that Cole Kmet didn't block for him, by the way. I don't know. I really don't have any idea what was going on here, because it looks like Cole is looking for a throw, kind of, but by the time he figures out that he's not going to throw it to him, he had the opportunity to block Denzel Ward, which, again, just makes me giggle because you got a tight end. But it's just, you get the idea. It's kind of goofy watching all this, but either way, any way you slice it, it's a bad game. It's one that Fields can learn a lot from if he's ready for it. But he's got to take it in. Derek, believe it or not, I don't think that even a bad game against the Lions necessarily dooms him at all. I do think that eventually he's got to have that pop-off game. Most rookies that end up becoming something do. But it is, no separation whatsoever, by the way. Because Fields starts getting the ball out of his hand, and then all of a sudden passes are just clanking off. And they probably would have been. I mean, look at that. He's smothered. Like, Cole Kmet's going to run a stop route, which, again, you want to critique the scheme? Why is he stopping? Why are they all stopping all the time? But Fields throws to the sticks, gets nothing. Like, it's trouble. Derek, at this point, by the way, I don't think that Fields will be the scapegoat. And not yet, anyways. Like, not after what happened with Trubisky. But it's just one game. It's one game after a Cincinnati game where I think if A-Rob catches that ball and the Bears are up enough, Fields never throws the interception, he ends up with 111 passer rating. So you take the good with the bad. Let's remember, because I think this is worth reminding us, that let's go to... Hang on. We could talk about the other sacks, but I'm kind of thinking we skip them because it's been 2 hours and we've talked about the rest of it. We should talk some defense. Let's perk ourselves up. But so here, I do want to take a quick look at Deshaun Watson's stats because I do think people can kind of forget about this sometimes. And granted, they're not one passing yard. We all remember that, right? But first game was against Jacksonville, and he did not play well. He took 4 sacks, which isn't great. Again, this is still better than what Fields put out, and I know that. But so he played Jaguars. They scored 7 points. They lost badly. And he played, 55. Where does it say massage? Does it, is there something about massage? I gotta look around. But so, at this point, you've got, he did not play well. And so then he comes out Cincinnati. He did not play well. And then he starts to put it together against New England. And then just absolutely explodes throughout the rest of the way. Like, I don't mean to pick on everything, right? But it is interesting where you look at these rookies and you got to remember, no, this is Watson, Ryan, where sometimes it starts slow and then it gets faster as they go. Oh, wow. I've completely missed the massage stuff. That is 100% on me. But so, yeah, I'm not trying to pretend that just because Watson's stats were bad, that suddenly means that Fields is going to be great. But he's one that I know I picked on because his specific, Watson's specific game started poorly, and then got better. Yeah, I was thinking it was an ad. Oof, embarrassing. Fields played bad. He was late. He missed a couple of opportunities. He seemed like he locked onto things. He looked like a rookie. He looked like any rookie. I mean, that's part of why, if you stick with me, we'll probably go through just a little bit of Wilson film, but we've been so slow right now. I'll be a little more organized next week, which it'll be a better game anyways. But so, Ryan, I think if he's going to have a breakout game, it'll probably be next week. Honestly, the Lions are just the easiest it gets. It does not get a lot easier than the Lions. The Raiders are not an easy team to beat either, though I think Fields, I want to say he might, but it really depends on whether the offense can dial up anything that he can hit and whether he's ready to hit that this time around. But yeah, this is, let me see. Yeah, I know. Akusai, that's all it was. It was just Robert sluggish because Justin Fields was sluggish. Nah, but Next week will be even more organized. It's a good week to focus on Justin Fields because I don't know if anybody cares. Thank you, John. We were trying to really go through it, especially just as we went. But now I do want to talk about the defense. We have to talk about the defense because this is still a defense playing Alec Ogletree, Kindle Vildor, who isn't incredible, but he's solid. And like Eddie Jackson is not playing outstanding. I actually think this is Deion Bush, so pretend I didn't say that. But so they're going up against a running game that is absolutely outstanding. I think going into this week, it was the best running game in the NFL. The best running game in the NFL. And then I look at it and and we watch what the Bears were able to do to him, and this is a really nice play. By the way, one thing, Brandon, I'll let you make the Deion Bush joke, but check this out. This is the backup safety, Deion Bush, who's playing a one-high center fielder role, and he's going to range over and stop what should be a relatively easy-to-hit cover 2-esque hole shot. Like, this is a solid little display from Deion Bush, the, what is it now, 7-year project? 7 years breakout season. But so the Browns were ready immediately to try and test the Bears' safeties, and credit to Bush. He was up to the challenge. Started off on a nice little note, getting that deflection and moving along. Oh, Ryan, I'll say it because I feel like I need to, right? That Rule of 3 video finally looks like it aged well. It had aged like milk all the way up until this point, and suddenly, a year later, Quinn looks fast. But, I'm not going to toot my own horn because I had to own that for a whole year. I just hope that it sticks around. That's it, Derek. It was just fine wine, slowly but surely getting there, fermenting, if you will. Roquan makes a nice little play. The Browns clearly didn't want to try to run on the Bears. So if you want to take anything away from this game that was positive, it's that one of the best running teams in football did not want to mess with their front. Really, really solid. But so you end up where Roquan has a nice little play there. It's not perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect, but this is Odell Beckham Jr. going straight up against Roquan Smith, mano a mano, and he gets the deflection. All he's got to do is just disrupt him. Just boop, right there, and the route is thrown off. It's not a penalty because it's not enough, but it's a nice little coverage play. Roquan's good. That's the matchup you want, right? I think it's hilarious. You got Odell Beckham Jr. up against Roquan. We were just talking a little while ago about how it was a problem when we got Mooney on a linebacker and he couldn't separate. Same thing. Odell's really good. This was a very, very nice play. Also, people are pointing out Tonga. Khyiris Tonga was a hustler. He was a little motor in this play. And then you've got, what is that? Khalil Mack and whatnot. Everybody just flying around. Defensive line played really well. Let me see. Oh, Jordan. We don't need in this case to talk about whether or not Quinn looks like he's worth $70 million. I think we can all agree he's not, but he looked good in this case. He's been a second rusher, and he at least looked like he'd help the Bears. So in this case, it looks like, okay, the Bears. Oh, yeah. This was one of those that reminds you that Odell Beckham Jr. is indeed a good football player, by the way, because this route is nuts, and Baker throws it with phenomenal timing. Check this out. So Odell's going to run what looks like, he's going to run a slant, and then he's just going to stop, go backwards, and sit. This is really, really, really nice route running. You want to talk about what route running looks like? Hopefully one of these days the Bears could get Mooney to look like this or something, because that right there, that jut up, makes it look like he's trying to target this seam. So it gets DeAndre Houston Carson to turn his head all the way around because he's thinking he's got to spin and bail out. Just get the heck out of there, which is why when Junior just stops, just cuts the speed and gets that ball right at the sticks, he's got no chance. Houston Carson, that is. This is one of those where you need in this case for the pass rush to get home, because Houston Carson should never be in this position. I wouldn't call this a Desai problem. This is just a problem of bodies. Who is it going to be? Are you going to put Shelley on him? Are you going to put Jalen Johnson on him in the slot? Are you going to continue to put Quan on him? Because you got to put Quan somewhere. And in this case, they've got Quan rushing the passer. Like, they wanted OBJ in the slot because they didn't want none of that Jalen Johnson smoke. They didn't want none of that Jalen Johnson smoke. And so they just get what they want. And Baker drops back. Credit to Baker. Check when he makes this throw. Like, he makes the throw as Odell is coming, like, hitting the break right there. It's not on, it's good enough, you know, because he gets the ball out right as Nichols shows up and they make the play. This is good offense. Like, I spend a little bit of time on this so that we can see what good offense looks like. Good offense looks like he hits the back of his pocket. Credit to Baker. He's been developing a little bit. He gets up there, or he gets right up to where he needs to be. And as he sees Odell coming off of it, just whoop, makes the throw. Nice ball. First down. Good play all around. So far, I mean, this is these were like two steel grade offenses and defenses just grinding at each other. Like that, I don't know how else to say it. Like, this was a clash of a very good defense and a very good offense. And weirdly enough, the Bears defense got the better of them. Now I have to say this, because if not, Brandon's gonna kill me. Part of it is matchup. Part of it is because the Browns love to run the ball and the Bears are strongest in the front. So teams that love to run the ball are going to do poorly against us. Teams that don't, like Tampa Bay, probably going to be fine. Green Bay, another example of that. I think they're going to be all right. Like, but we'll have to see how that goes. Because, see, here they run the ball and they just get smooshed. Look at that. Check out Tyrus Tonga here. Check this out. Because he's going to go, what is that, one-on-one? And he's going to just stay in his lane and drop him for a gain of 2, which that's exactly what you want. Like, this was fun. This was fun to watch from a defensive perspective, because in this case you've got Bilal Nichols, who's going to play on the outside and try to keep Chubb in, because he's getting pushed to shove him back right there, and then Tonga comes over and he gets the hit right there to then stuff the gain. And here's the funny thing about this. Old school football, you know what? 2 yards, you can work with 2 yards. New school football, stopping a run for 2 yards, huge. Like, that's good enough. And yeah, that's against, is that Alex Mack, by the way? Because he played a really good football game overall. Here you've got, weirdly enough, check this out. This is Robert Quinn doing not a bad job as an outside linebacker, dropping off, getting into the hole. I mean, he's completely focused on 10 right there, but at least he forces the overthrow, or helps force the overthrow. Desai was creative. I mean, after all this, you've got what looks like, by the way, some extra help on Robert Quinn, and so you just drop him off because he's ready to chip. Number 85 is Njoku, and like they let the ball go. Well, so Jacob, is it not Alex Mack? Is it not? It might not be. Who is 64? Somebody knows. But I'll let you guys tell us. And as I'm sure you guys remember, you know why we're going nice and quiet here, so that we can go through the defense. Oh, it's Treader. Gotcha. But so these were the kinds of plays that made things hard for the Bears when they did lose contain, because the defense went hard. Oh, Eunice, you missed the whole first 2 hours. Wait, we did offense already. But so sometimes the Bears lost contain, but you're not going to win every battle against against an offensive line that was balling, especially off of a stunt like this. It's a bummer the Bears didn't get a sack at this point, because they did that nice little play where they have Quinn and Mack basically stunt for each other on the same side. Desai seems to be really liking this, and I haven't seen offenses come up with a really particularly good answer yet, because at this point you actually get Mack home free. So he loses at this point, or like Mack loses his balance just enough where, ooh, he almost recovers, he almost makes the play, but he doesn't quite, and Baker scrambles. But this whole time, like watching this film is so fun because it is a good offense that's unequivocally a good offense going up against a defense playing hard, playing good too. Chris Collinsworth talked about this. This is a nice little play from Roquan. This is one of those where you forget this is so hard because Roquan just keeps moving laterally so quickly that by the time he gets there, I mean, it's just over, you know? Like, he's just got speed that, say, Ogletree can't match, as when he needs to hit the gas to get to the edge, he does, and the play's over. Reminds me a lot of his work against Alvin Kamara. Dadgummit Akusa, I'm really dropping the ball then. Who did call it? Because whoever the call guy was, they pointed it out. But so, it got pointed out on the broadcast. I don't know why I keep thinking that all color guys are Collinsworth. They're obviously not. And we've got Gus Johnson in this next game, which should be intriguing, if nothing else. But so, let's see. Oh, it was Olsen. You're right. Olsen talked about Roquan Smith. But so, let's see here. Because I actually didn't miss it, or I hadn't seen this one quite yet. So then at this point, what is it? Probably second down. The Browns are still just trying to run the ball, and credit to Mack here, because Khalil Mack's able to do what the Bears don't, or what the Bears were trying to do, by the way, because you're going to see Mack right here. Every time that backside guy has to read, like, do I pinch in to go get the running back, or do I stay on the quarterback and potentially give up the run? Mack kind of tries to play both, and credit to him. Look at that burst. Like, as much as we've harped on Mack kind of not being anywhere, it is wild to see the burst he's got, where he goes from, like, kind of walking to just shoom and makes the play. Nothing crazy. Nothing, wow, DPOY. Not the point. It's just, it's always cool seeing good players be good. And in this case, Mack is still very fast, especially for a guy his size. So Roquan makes the play. I mean, he's earning his contract with every game. He looks awesome. Pick six was fun. So then I think this is the third down. Yes. This was one where I would say Baker missed a bit of an opportunity. I'd love to call this really good defense, but it looks as if Roquan just gets beat by a running back, as he would. Like, this is exactly the kind of play that where Desai's going to just take his chances, right? They line up in a bare front right here, and I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, okay, so they just have like a little switch play right there, by the way. But so Roquan he's not turning and running yet because he's thinking that there's a very decent chance that the running back is running an option route like this or something like that. But he gets baked, and anybody in his situation should, because he's got a full head of steam as he goes, and Roquan gets back there. Like, this is exactly the kind of play where Roquan does all he can and just bumps him. I mean, it's silly because a ticky-tack referee might dap up Roquan for like illegal contact, but I haven't heard somebody call illegal contact downfield in so long. Maybe they don't. But so here's the fourth down. Memory serves. Quinn just catches a break. Aren't these ones kind of fun? Like, check out the offensive line. Yeah, exactly. They just didn't get up. Like, it looks as if that center or that left tackle just had no idea the snap happened. So he seems to have felt like, no, John, it's funny. So going back to that, that's a great question. So much so that I'm just going to rewind it and answer it. But so that option route that we're talking about, it's a very Tariq Cohen-esque route that Kareem Hunt is running, and he's awesome. But so this, a lot of times, these are the three options. Something like this. The running back basically takes whatever he can get against the outside linebacker. And it's third down. So I think Roquan's just going to say basically, okay, well, I'm not going to let Baker have anything easy, as silly as it sounds. I know, right, Elon? Every time. But so at this point, when you're dealing with a Kareem Hunt type, you're trying not to give up these yards right here. And I think people forget just how, dang it, it's Demetric Felton. Of course it is. But so, man, the all-22, if there's one thing that really kills you, it's that I need to just have my roster out. But Demetric Felton's really solid himself. Like, it's not Kareem Hunt, but either way, it's a dangerous pass-catching running back. And that's kind of the point I'm trying to make here, because you can tell as he runs. Like, this is one of those where Roquan knows that if he lets him outside, he gets the first down. If he lets him inside, he gets the first down. So he just takes his chances on making Baker make the tougher throw, and he's able to give him just a little bit of a touch-up that drops it back. And exactly like you're saying, Akusai, I mean, these are the kinds of pockets where if we saw Fields fanning more out of these kinds of pockets, I would be more worried. But he doesn't have them. Like, I don't want to sound like I basically don't want to flip the coin and be like, oh, well, everything needs to be perfect or else Fields isn't blah. I'm really impressed with Fields' accuracy so far. I'm impressed with his growth so far. Like, he does seem to have gotten better from where he was in the preseason. I think that kind of thing's important, but he doesn't have the results yet. We all know that. Like, did Mooney drop that Y cross ball? Maybe. Did Allen Robinson drop that touchdown pass? I think so. Do those matter? Who cares, to some degree? Like, I personally think that Fields' day is coming. I also think it is hard, not impossible, Justin Herbert certainly did it, but hard to succeed with a terrible offensive line. And I would love to see the Bears figure it out a little bit on the offensive line. It'll be curious to see whether Borum is good depth or good. I don't know, but that is one of those where I look at Fields and I think to myself, yes, I want him to get more wide receivers. I also want him to get that awesome offensive line that lets the Bears do a lot of things really flexibly, because as I follow more and more and more of Brandon Thorne's work, who is a phenomenal offensive line analyst, it does feel like everything kind of comes out, right? I know, Bryson, but it does feel like everything emanates out from the offensive line. When you've got a good offensive line, you can do more creative things, and that makes a difference. You know, Akusai, always hard to tell when it comes to Quinn. I feel like he's got kind of a Leonard Floyd thing, by the way. Like, where Floyd seemed like he had a decent job getting home, but had trouble finishing in that case. Oh, John, you know I'm going to read Sackwatch. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Rough day at the office. Hicks makes a fun play here. We got any Hicks fans? We got any Akeem Hicks fans? Take a look here. Hicks just jumps right through the line. Yoop. Right there. I think this is hilarious, by the way. Check this out. So Hicks just jumps right through it. He just goes, and I'm through. And forces the running back out. They make a nice little hit. Oh, John, that's how it goes. Like, most of these film things, like, they don't get a ton of play. I make them because I love to. I think it's helpful. Like, I love the concept of teaching, of going through the game, of commiserating, of everything. I don't know who takes the foul here. But yeah, let's see. Oh, looks like Vildor gets a little bit of a hold, which, hey, it's Odell. Like, you were gonna mess that up. But yeah, that's not a matchup you want. Vildor, I know that the broadcast said it wasn't a hold. I think, if anything, Vildor just gets a little too over, like the top. Let me see, right there. I think that exact view right there, I think Odell helps sell it a little bit with that extra kick step, but yeah, you get the idea. Odell was everywhere. Odell looked like a wide receiver one. He was playing real good. Look at Tonga. Tonga goes up against the center, just gets right through. Ooh, that is good. Ooh, that is good. Ooh, look at Tonga again. Look at our 7th round pick. Just going, meow. Exactly right, Brandon. I mean, Odell just sold the heck out of it. I know that they called this roughing the passer, Sean, but I love the move. It's the fact that, so he's got the burst to get down on the running back, just in case. So he's already ready for the running back. But then he's able, it's the power here to keep his shoulders square enough that he doesn't get wrenched around. because that's what the center wants here. He wants to basically spin Tonga, but Tonga's able to get enough power out of that shoulder to stay forward to where he pushes him off and wins with a straight rush. It's not a pretty move. That is the grindiest, nose tackliest pass rush you're ever gonna see, right? Because he just, like, this is just power on power, and the 7th round 2020 pick wins it, which is hilarious. Ryan, it feels like Tonga was in quite a bit. I don't have the exact numbers, but he was getting rotated. So this is a bootleg. These are exactly the, so what you're gonna see the Browns do is the stuff the Bears tried to do, but it's better. Simply put, like, the Browns get a whole lot of motion on their play actions, and they're able to get so much depth when Baker spins around that you've got, let me see, there's my pen. So as we watch this play, so Akusai, in this case, what you take a look at is, so Baker starts here, but what you're going to see is he gets really deep, such that 50 can't just explode off the end quite like they did against Chicago. 50, Adicho, has a free lane on it, and he's even got the right idea coming at it. But what they do is they've got a wide receiver coming across and Njoku leaking out, with Baker just going pretty much straight backwards. Sorry, better drawing. He goes straight in that direction so that he can spin, and with a man in his face, basically put Adicho in no man's land instead of letting him get in his face. Like, this is the kind of thing where I wouldn't look and say, oh, it's play calling. That's not really the point. To me, it's execution. It's the little stuff. It's the tiny details where you see that the offensive line, this exact kind of, dadgummit, are you kidding me? But so, I've got too many all-22s, if you can't tell. But let's go back to that play, because I love this. This is the kind of stuff I want them to run the field so badly. So badly. Let's see. I think we're getting there. I think we're not anymore. More like, it's not quite all 22 yet. But so, that's just a snappy one. There it is. No, there it is not. Is it this one? It isn't. Man, a lot of play action all in a row. Can you tell what the Browns wanted to do? Let me see. Oh, Akusai. A whole bunch, too. Like, we can just start right back to... Is it here? It can't be here. Because if it was, it would be the Odell play. Okay, so maybe it's... I want to get back to where we were. Because what they're running is basically one of my favorite plays. Like, it is... Is it the... No way. Oh, is this the Hicks one? Are we finally zeroing in? Thank you, everyone, for just riding with me on what feels like a journey. Yes, okay. So this was the Hicks jump. Meaning that we just got to move a little further down this way. And here we are. We're back. So this outside zone RPO basically makes it to where if you watch, the entire defensive line is just going to get washed sideways because everyone moves in that direction. So too does the pass rush. It leaves you with Adicho and nobody else in space. So the big key here is going to be Vildor, because where the Bears got shut down was that the guy in Vildor's position just assaulted the routes anyways. Vildor bites the fake, and so Vildor, I wouldn't say he gives it up, but the Browns have such a threatening running game that they're able to get Vildor turned around immediately. So Odell's just, wide open. And this is where the Bears obviously don't want to be. Not Odell, just kidding. It's 25. Is that Felton? It is. Oh gosh. Like, that is another guy who you're like, no, you do not want him in space. But so Stefanski's doing all the stuff that we would want our team to do. This Baker Mayfield offense, I would kill for the Bears to just run it. Just copy it. Just run it. Like, JC, it would be fun, but I would just rip a bunch of stuff off of Stefanski, and then I'd have to teach it, which would be tough. But hey, I would try. I would love to try. I just don't. Could I be worse than Nagy? You tell me. But so, anyways, you see the Bears, or not the Bears, at this point, the Browns just continue to just run. Play action, play action, play action, play action, play action. We saw on that next drive, you're going to see play action 5 times in a row. Like, they just kept going, and they kept going, and they kept going. Because there's nothing that says you can't, as long as you're able to get the ball out. You may have to deal with a rusher in your face, but you can do it. Oh, man. That was gorgeous, too. But so, in this case, exactly, Reinhardt. Like, all you got to do is just stop the run a few times because there's no running threat, and then they can just tee off. Now, that doesn't mean you have to establish the run, right? You don't have to establish the run, but you do need to have a reasonable running threat. And especially when you've got a passing bent as a coordinator, it can become pretty obvious. This is a gorgeous throw, by the way. Have to highlight it. Check this out. Like, they get the whole shot that they want. No, it's not on Jalen's side, but like, this is textbook where you want to put the ball in cover 2, because he's no, I mean, Akusai, that's what he thinks, right? The establish the run thing's so complicated. You got to use play action in a smart way, and the RPO stuff that they were doing just did not help. So anyways, this is a pretty standard cover 2, all things told. Like, you've got basically this, and so this right here is called the honey hole, like Winnie the Pooh, honey hole. And people love to make throws into this, and credit to Baker, really nice. That's a gorgeous ball. And you're going to get some of those. I mean, the Bears were trying to force Baker to make tougher throws. They wanted to test Baker. They would rather Baker beat them with their arm. And so it looks like the Bears try a stunt up front, by the way. Like, Desai loves running games up on the front of the line. I'm for it. I don't see why not. Looks like each side stunts. They just don't give anything. Oh, Brandon, I would... man, I wish I could just wire you in, because I am curious to hear what you mean when you talk about Vildor not giving away the free release. What does he need to do? Actually, yeah. As a matter of fact, I think Gruden does call it the turkey hole, but so I've heard it called the honey hole. But you get the idea. Akusai, I fight through it. I fight through it for football. That's what we're here for. But so, let's see. Yeah, next play, they just keep running the ball. And every time they try, they just get mashed. I mean, like, massive credit to the Bears' defensive line. They just mashed them in the first half. This is probably going to be, it looks like, Hicks in this case, who just blows straight down the line. And he's able to just keep enough on it that since they don't get crazy push. It's so funny when it comes to taking double teams, because sometimes all you've got to do is just be enough in the way. Like, in this case, it's not that Hicks penetrates like crazy, it's that it's outside zone and he doesn't get moved, if that makes sense. Like, in this setting, all Hicks does is just force 2 guys to have to move him, and that frees up other people to just burst through. Roquan makes a nice play. Like, take a look at, let's watch Roquan, because I haven't watched him yet. How does he pick through the line? He used to be really bad at this. He just waits, gets in there, makes a play. Stop. Hicks does feel like the kind of guy. He's different from last year. He was not playing this well last year. Maybe he was partially just hurt or something, but he really has been the heart and soul of, I'd say, almost the whole defense. And by the way, I think we're about to get, can't remember, but I think we're about to get our first Jalen Johnson moment. Jalen Johnson. If you haven't seen my breakdown of him, bite-sized breakdown, go back, take a look at it. Like, Jalen Johnson looks so good right now. And against, this isn't Odell, but against Odell, when he was, like, this was a nightmare matchup. This was one that I was like, oh gosh, I'm going to release a Jalen Johnson breakdown the week before he goes up against Odell Beckham Jr. I hate this. And Jalen played well, like, really well. Way better than I anticipated he would anyways, which is awesome. He's so hot right now. So let's see, what do we got? Is this 3rd or 4th? Oh, of course I remember that. That's also the game where Marshall had like 3 touchdowns. Oh, this was that like, what is it? This was that play where what is it? Like a blind squirrel finds a nut now and again. Duke Shelley, that's Vildor. Duke Shelley makes a great tackle here. Like he just gets out, he takes a simplified assignment and cuts Felton down. This is where I think Desai has been really smart. Like, if I was going to give him credit for anything, it feels like he's doing a better job than I would have expected of seeing that the Duke Shelley thing is a problem. And so all he's doing is limiting Shelley's assignment. In this case, all Shelley has to do is get to the flat and attack. That's it. So if you don't see anybody coming to the like short flat, then go. And so in this case, you're going to see that Shelley, who's specifically probably told to watch the running back, Brandon, you're in the chat. I don't ever hate your zone opinions. If it sounds like I'm picking on you, I am. But my guess is that somebody has to watch Felton. Felton's kind of like Tariq Cohen, where he's going to get a whole lot of eyes on him on every single play. And so they distribute the ball, and immediately he triggers. I think he's just sitting on it, honestly. Like, just expecting it. A kind of a one-on-one situation, and he just goes for it. Credit to him. What you don't want right now with Shelley, like going back to it, the traditional nickel corner look is to have Shelley play potentially all of this space, which seems ridiculous, by the way. If that looks ridiculous to you, welcome to the absolute, like, hilarity of what it means to be a nickel corner. Because while Jalen Johnson's your clear best corner and Kindle Vildor probably your second best, which maybe that's not great, but there you go. Like, Shelley, the nickel, the third best one, has to cover feels like the whole field sometimes. Like, they've got to take on all this inside space when offenses do it right. So what Desai's doing is seemingly he's letting the linebackers handle it. Right there. Let's see here. Ooh. Is that who you guys are talking about? The tight end? Is that who we're thinking of? Like right there, just wide open. It is funny how you can catch guys in this scenario because it's 3rd and a yard, right? 3rd and 1, like 3rd and not even 1. Ball right there. We've got what looks like right about a yard, if a yard. And I feel like you can sucker a lot of offenses in these settings into not throwing deeper, right? If they're going to throw, they're going to try to pick up that 1 yard. And it looks like Baker does exactly that. He trusts his running back. He checks it down. I don't even know if he really took a hard look at it. He just said, okay, 2 guys here. I'm checking it down. Look at all this space. And hey, credit to Shelley. He triggers. He makes the play he had to make. And he makes it with, like, almost no real room to spare, all things told. Tip your hat. But, oh yeah, they need 2 Ks in those settings. The star, by the way, is so funny. I feel like I've seen that over the last 2 years. A whole lot of people want to flex that they know Saban terminology, and they call it the star. Look at that star corner. The star corner. It's the nickel corner. Brandon, you tell me, or anyone, Jordan, maybe you know, like, if there's more defensive stuff there, but my understanding is the star is the nickel. The nickel's the star. It's whatever you want to call it. So then, 4th down, and they blow a play. You gotta love it, right? If they don't blow a play, then Khalil Mack's just all over it. But either way, you tip your cap when you need to. Man, Mack's just quick. Oh yeah, 100% case. Like when those star defenders, like the star defenders playing the star, fall into the slot, they good. I know what you mean, Jordan. But so yeah, Bears get 2 huge stops. I mean, huge stops, right? Like, I don't blame Stefanski for going for any of this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I actually love the aggression of going for all these sorts of things. Why not? But especially in this day and age, go get yourself a touchdown. But the Bears don't get anything from it. Like, anything from it. Bryson, my thoughts on the whys are that the Bears are an absolutely terrible detail team. Like, they can't do they can't do details at all. I think that's what's killing them, personally. But so, let me see. Yeah, exactly. Bad execution. Like, the bad execution on fourth down really hurt the Browns in this, and they eventually get it back, obviously. But honestly, Ryan, I don't see how Laser isn't the play caller, just given where things are. You know, like I I would be shocked if Nagy looked at this last week where the Bears got one passing yard with their star rookie and they say, all right, Nagy's going to keep calling plays. But at the same time, who cares? Like, okay, that's not good because everybody cares. But I more mean, at the end of the day, for me, it's details. It's more details than plays. I want to see the Bears do something right. Set your protection correctly. Start there. Then run something. Like, make the proper read. Throw the ball on time. All that stuff, like, that needs to happen. Like, I don't know. It's a teaching problem. I think it runs deeper than what scheme we're running and the plays that we pick. I don't know why we can't do the details. I really don't know. But, yeah. Reinhardt, that's a good question about whether, like, you do have to be a positive guy. And I do wonder whether he comes down on him, or, like, comes down on them enough. But anyways, so here's where we get to maybe my favorite part. So, the Bears' off defensive line has been dominating, right? They've been dominating. And so what does Stefanski do? Third drive of the game, he calls a really sneaky screen. Now, does this even look like a screen to you? Just peek at it, right? This is why I've started to become a huge fan of the, like, Shanna Stefanski, like, under center styling. You can do a whole lot with it. It's hilarious to see how college went all shotgun, like, overall, and college went all shotgun, the NFL went all shotgun, and now the NFL's starting to shift back towards under center stuff. It is cool how much you can bunch up because they get a screen out and they let the Bears through. Mario Edwards screaming down, Robert Quinn screaming down, everybody coming for it. They just execute it beautifully. Like, they get the double block out here, they get the extra lineman out in front of them. I was worried this could go all the way because they had everything they wanted to. They get only like 18 yards out of it, but what they're trying to do at this point is just check the defensive line, right? They're trying to give the defensive line something to think about because the Bears' defensive line is starting to trigger down on everything like it's a run play, and they basically want to just try to put seeds of doubt in their head. And I think they follow it up with a reverse, and the reverse is just as beautiful. Let me see. Yes, this is gorgeous too. These are the kinds of things that Nagy is just not able to teach. Like, you tell me what the problem is, but here the Browns come and they try to get this, or they try to slow down this defensive line yet again with reverse. So they catch the Bears triggering on the run. They basically set it up like it's counter. So, like in this case, you've got, let me see. It looks to me like they basically set this play up as counter blocking to the right. So everybody's slanting down that way. And then they then counter it back with the running back this way, quote unquote, who then kicks it to the wide receiver. If Nagy did this, I can't tell you why I know this, but it would lose yards, like almost assuredly. It just doesn't feel like the Bears tend to get this stuff right. But then you've got, what is this, Odell? Yeah, suddenly you've got Odell with the ball in his hands, two wide receivers making crispy blocks with another one out in front of him, and everything goes according to plan. I mean, look at that. Tight end tracks all the way down and gets a block. Where is this? Like, where is this in the Bears offense? Like, these are the kinds of just gorgeous, gorgeous plays that I look at, and it's like, I'm not sure it's talent. Like, is it really that just Rashard Higgins is a better blocker? I think that's Higgins. Like, is it just that bigger, or is it just is it an effort thing? Is it as much like a teaching thing, a getting them in the mindset thing? Because here Stefanski is, and he has set up the whole Bears offense is trailing Odell Beckham Jr. with an entire lane. And maybe my favorite part, if this was Jimmy Graham, there's not a chance he properly blocks that guy. If this is even Cole Kmet, I'll say it, there's not a chance he gets all the way to there. But instead, this tight end beautifully follows the lane all the way down, gets the block on Vildor, and blows this open another 10 yards. Like, that one block, this one and this one get Odell to here. But that block right there, like, that gets an extra 8. And those are the kinds of things that help you win football games. I can't get enough of this. This is just so pretty. Like, exactly like you're saying. ID? Like, Reinhard, what are you thinking of when you think ID? Or is it, just, like, which specific offense is that? Because I actually haven't heard ID. But it's Zeke, it's something in there. I can't tell if they wanted it more. If. Sorry. I didn't mean to pick on a typo. But so, okay, what does a screen do? What does a reverse do? It gets the defensive line just a smidge hesitant. And they're able to use it to create some chaos and break out a running play. And this is their first positive one of the game. This is like one of their first positive runs of the game. Just, they've given their offensive line a screen and a reverse to grab some breathing room with. And with it, they're able to then just keep throwing different blocking styles at this Bears offensive line to still get what they want. Like, it's impressive. It's really impressive offense. Like, I am not mad at Desai at all. This is gorgeous. Like, these are gorgeous blocked plays. Like, you've got 78 mugging his guy, 75 comes over there. He even loses a guy. Like, what is that? 20? Shelley? He gets through, but he just gets bumped by 75 on his way out to the edge, and then Kareem Hunt just does the rest. Just zips straight through there, cuts on a dime. Like, ooh. It's cool. Like, these are the sorts of things that you just get excited about, to me anyways. Like, this Stefanski team is fun. They block hard, they play hard. I think they're fun. And I have a good time, or I had a bizarrely good time watching them. We're gonna get there, Ryan. We don't have to go through literally everything. The Bears, in this case, I think they do a pretty good job of coverage here. I think so. The Bears did a good job with match zones. So basically what that means is, instead of just normal, like, zone, or instead of absolutely standard zone calls, for instance, you've got guys that are basically just going to swap positions based on where they are. So in this case, Jalen Johnson, Jalen's fading back. This is more of a cover 3 look, is what they're looking at. I'm curious to see what these guys do over here. Looks like they just kind of track the play. They're trying to basically cover Kareem Hunt here on first down. Ogletree ends up in the right spot in this case. Like, I would argue that Odell's open. I'm actually curious as to why Baker doesn't throw this, because it looked to me like Odell was open. Maybe he felt like it was late. But let's see. Because this looks, especially with Ogletree with his back turned, like he could fit that in. But he just doesn't do it. Bob, check the link in the bottom, which it would be awesome if you could soundproof it. That'd be great. But there should be a donation link in there. Thank you for any support you give, by the way. You're amazing. But so, then at this point, Baker runs on out of bounds, picks up a first down. Either way, it felt like the Bears' defense was just duking it out with a good Browns offense, because then, after all this, where God knows if it was offense, like, they'd be getting absolutely just smacked, right? Because the offense really struggles to basically cut out from oh gosh, Reinhard, I hope I'm not dead. Oh, you mean tired? Yes, from fighting through it. We're back. So this is where the defense dug their heels in, right? Like at this point, they just gave up another first down. They keep grinding. They make a defensive stop. Credit to Desai. Part of it's scheme, part of it's just I can't explain it other than they've got the bodies to make plays happen, and they've got the coaching to keep believing in it. Oh, by the way, later you may realize that Hicks comes out of the game on a key down that Mario Edwards takes a big hit or like gets a big sack on. Check this out. He took a huge hit. He takes an absolutely massive hit to the knee right there. And it looks like it hurts, by the way, because he's very slow to get up. This was one of those things that I caught later that I was like, how did I not catch that in the moment? Because he gets wrecked. I think it's a knee on knee hit, from what I can tell, which is not illegal. Most of the time it's an accident. But like taking a look at what happens here, it looks as if 78 steps in and knee on knees Hicks in the leg in this case, because he looks like when he gets thrown over that he is hurt. Like that right there looks to me like a hurt player. But I think it's both, John. It's a good matchup because the Browns like to do what the Bears want, or like what the Bears are good at, which is defensive line. But also it's that Desai keeps using, this is the bread and butter. It really is. Which you're going to giggle because I know everybody's down on Eddie Jackson, as you should be. But the bread and butter is the fact that you've got two high safeties that could be anywhere, right? Could they switch to cover one? Yeah, they could. Could they switch, or could they stay in cover 4 and turn it into quarters? 100%. Hey, Brandon, I'm just saying that like everybody's down on Eddie Jackson. I think there are reasons that it makes sense to be down on Eddie Jackson. And PJ, it has to be. Okay, Eddie Jackson. Let me give you my 2 cents, because I'm making a breakdown. I want to explain the Eddie Jackson story, but for all 107 of you that have stayed this long, Eddie Jackson right now to me looks like a ball first, scheme fit safety that doesn't have the players around him to shine, which is not, oh boo-hoo, Eddie Jackson, because right now his contract is an ankle weight. Like, as a $15 million safety, people are looking for interceptions. People are looking for big plays, and Eddie can't make the ball come to him. He can't. Like, if you don't want to throw at Eddie Jackson, you will not get any picks from Eddie Jackson. And then that $15 million looks especially bad when in like the late third quarter, like they, or what is it? A running back gets out to the sidelines, and running backs are notoriously hard to tackle, especially when you're freaking 15 feet away, and Eddie misses him, and oh, he just gets put on Twitter all over the place. Like, I don't want to sound like I'm standing, because that's not the point. Exactly. Totally, dude. Like, the tackling gets scrutinized because he's being paid $15 million. Eddie Jackson right now is in a hard place that I would talk about, where in my personal opinion, he is stuck between letting the game come to him and it's not, or forcing it and ending up out of position. And it's not fitting. Like, I don't know. That's where I'm at. Is that Eddie Jackson to me looks like no case. Like years ago, Eddie was still bad at tackling. Like even way back then, he was like not a good tackler in my opinion. Maybe he made more, but Amos was a killer tackler. Like in this case, Eddie Jackson, he's getting posterized, but I would argue Eddie Jackson's just becoming, I almost want to say, a scapegoat. It's like we talked about with that touchdown. What is it? Thank you so much. Unbelievable. Thank you so much for $50. Like, incredible. Thank you for your support. But so, it's so tough because that Ja'Marr Chase touchdown just last week, right? Like, there's no way he makes a play on that. There's no way. Like, Ja'Marr Chase just cuts, like, to his left out of absolutely nowhere on a dime, basically. And Eddie never sees it coming because he's not watching the ball, so he's not going to get it. And I don't know, Jordan. I think it's simpler, or I don't think it's as or what's the word? Like, I don't think it's as easy as saying he's soft, Like, to me, PJ, I'm whispering because my wife is asleep. I would tell you that the trouble here is that Eddie Jackson was most dangerous. Let's just talk it out. We can scheme it out, right? When this was Bryce Callahan, and this was Kyle Fuller, and this was Prince Mukamura, and this was Roquan Smith, a young Roquan Smith, and this was Danny Trevathan playing some of the best football of his life, and this was Adrian Amos, who was always going to be in the right place, and this, Khalil Mack, or Akeem Hicks, prime Eddie Goldman, and, Leonard Floyd, who, crazily enough, as good as Leonard Floyd was, because he was, not at rushing the passer, but at playing outside linebacker, might have been one of the weaker defenders on the team, which is insane. Eddie Jackson could be somebody that just hunted out the ball because teams didn't have anywhere easy to go. Like, they didn't have anywhere easy to go. Nowadays, if you watch a lot of quarterbacks, they just won't throw at Eddie. Like, if Eddie is in modestly good position, no throw. Like, I've seen Kirk Cousins look away from Eddie Jackson so many times, it makes me laugh out loud. Good quarterbacks, like really confident quarterbacks, the Matthew Stafford types, the Aaron Rodgers types, you've seen them pick on Eddie because Eddie will guess. Eddie will go here, he'll gamble, and then you'll see a wide receiver cut back against him and he's out of position or something like that. There are things that happens, but man, like at this point, Eddie Jackson, he's trying to play anticipatory safety, but you really can't force the ball into your hands, especially when you've got Kendall Vildor and Duke Shelley and Alec Ogletree in coverage. You can just go somewhere else. And so now he's a $15 million person that doesn't get thrown at. And the question is, how helpful is that? Like, really, that's the question to me. But I don't know. I want to put that together in a video setting where you can see it a little bit better, because it's complicated, and I know that, but it's exactly like the case. You're exactly right. They rely on instinct. They trigger to make plays. They're willing to risk it, and if they get burned, they get burned. And nowadays, if they get burned, there's nothing there. Like, that's what hurts. And exactly like you're saying, Reinhardt, you can't be a ball hawk when there's just holes in coverage because the ball goes to the hole. The ball just doesn't have to go to Eddie Jackson, so it doesn't. I don't know. Coverage is complicated. Getting interceptions is complicated. It's hard. Like, in this case, I think this is that just dirty play from Jalen, by the way, to get back to it. Oh, totally, dude. He's a terrible tackler. Like, he's bad. But I wouldn't say I don't want to say bad, like he sucks, because I couldn't tackle these guys either, but like he definitely doesn't pride himself on his tackling. Let's put it this way. Watch Jalen Johnson, by the way. Is this not slick? What we're about to see. Backs up, breaks with him. He sees the break, gets back at the ball. Could have picked this off had Baker not left that ball really high. In fact, I always wonder on these kinds of throws. So let's see when Baker releases it. I always wonder if Baker, right here, moves the ball from a trajectory that would be there to a trajectory that ends up going there. I always wonder whether quarterbacks, as they're throwing the ball, will have these oh shoot moments and just flick their wrist or something like that to put the ball a little bit higher, a little bit further out. Like, I always wonder, because this throw is wide. This throw isn't catchable. And I find myself asking, like, is that the point? Like, does Baker realize this isn't it, and just gets it out? Because JJ could have easily made this play, should have easily made this play. It's like that was nice. Let me see. Oh yeah, Reinhardt. I think I did. Like, the Bears gamble so hard. They're so bad about it. They have no backup plan. None. No backup plan. Mustafa will be great. Like, this, or Jermaine Ifedi, he's going to be an all-pro. We're going to plan around Jermaine Ifedi being an all-pro. Like, it's It's part of why we are where we are. And thank you so much, Bob. You're incredible. Thank you so much. I will. Absolutely. But this defense was fun, and they ran out of gas. It was hard to watch because Stefanski and Desai were going after it. Like, they were making plays each side to each other. Let's go ahead and just let it roll here. But so they're making run stops here and there. They're basically just grinded with each other at this point because the Bears want. Ooh, this is a good Tonga rep. Tonga alert. Wee oo, Tonga alert. Check this out. Like, that's solid from your 7th rounder. But let me see. Yep, 100% case. Like, why would we do anything? We've got Khyiris Tonga, and it works sometimes, you know? Like, to give him some credit, when they find Darnell Mooney, they're stoked about Darnell Mooney. And Darnell Mooney looks good. He does. Credit to Roquan Smith. Did he draw a flag here? Like, does he get tagged for holding, or is this just considered good coverage? No, it's good enough. But, I think, Colin, to answer your question, that maybe they do that, but it wouldn't surprise me if they just try to do the Borum and Jenkins thing. And I don't think they want to replace Daniels. I don't think they want to bench Daniels, but he's not doing well, and that's part of the problem. Okay, so it looks like here Roquan, like, I don't want to call him getting baked because I think this is Odell. But this is part of the magic of what makes bunch sets so effective. Bunch sets right now are really popular. Bunches like this, right? Let me see. Oh, Reinhardt. That one's hilarious, by the way. Their play calls are really long, from what I understand. But so, a bunch set, just for anybody who doesn't know, it's the opposite of a spread. It's condensing everything. It's keeping everything really close in. And if you watch all the receivers right here, you're going to see that the defense has to kind of figure out where in the world they're going. It's very, very popular. McVay and Shanahan use it all the time. So just something to watch for as you watch these games is that these bunch sets just like this are very popular ways. In this case, it looks like they're running like this and what looked like that with that also. So like a gosh, what do you call it? A levels concept. And exactly like Reinhardt just said, it involves like no jams at the line of scrimmage, so you generally just get into free space. As in this case, you get Roquan Smith and a safety, an unnamed safety, Ejax, that just don't have much they can do. Because Jackson's watching this route. He has a feeling it's going to be the breaker, but he triggers on it, and he triggers on it early too. There's only so much ground that a human being can make up. So he's there, almost gets a hand on the ball, but almost just doesn't cut it, and almost doesn't get you interceptions, and almost doesn't quite get you a pass breakup like it did in 2019. I'm hoping that Ejax can have the ball go his way sometimes. I do think he's a lot better than he's currently being known for, but part of that's because he's right now being told, you read enough online, people think they should cut him. I don't think you cut Eddie Jackson. I think maybe you trade Eddie Jackson if you really want to go there, because I think he's valuable, but he's valuable in a scheme that's got really phenomenal defense or like around it. He's that missing piece kind of guy, but that's where I'm at anyways. It looked like zone to me, PJ, but that's just me. Thank you so much, Daniel. You're amazing. It's so nice of you to say that. Wow. You really? That's so sweet. Sorry, it's midnight and that took me back a little bit. But so, let's see, the next play. Gosh, I love the Browns' use of play action. Like, it helps them generate pockets. Watch this kind of thing. Right, Case? But so, in this case, they use play action and they just develop like a nice little wall with a double block on the backside. Check this out. All 5 offensive linemen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With 2 guys right there. Wide receivers, no less. They're just chilling, right? They end up blocking Quinn off of raw numbers. And they get a check down out of it. Like, look at this. This is hilarious. Like, this is funny to me because I actually hadn't seen this design before. Ooh, I love this. Like, so you end up with a tight end and a wide receiver, and one of them releases for the check down, which the defense is never going to see coming because they've got enough on their mind with like that route and that route scissoring and so on and so forth. Like, this is such a nice little design to either get this or this or this, and you end up with a ton of space off of a nice little check down that ends up picking up a sound 5 yards. Like, man, he is exactly like you're saying, Case. Stefanski's one of those coaches that I personally think, in the world of, and this is just my opinion, McVay and like Shanahan get a lot of credit, and Stefanski is the kind of guy that I look at and I think of as, I don't know if he gets like, let me see, check, yeah, right. Normally they are gonna go out. It's creative. Let's see. Eddie's over there. What is Eddie doing? You've got me curious, PJ. Let me see. It looks like they were expecting something along the sticks. I don't know why, but they definitely, both he and Vildor, are in the same space, and I have no idea. Colin, I don't know why, or I think Nagy's trying to do the whole competitive advantage thing. Personal opinion, I think people complain about competitive advantage when your team sucks, and when your team doesn't suck, they say, who cares? So, I'm willing to complain. Go for it. I think it's kind of cowardly to not talk about the play calling thing. I also think, okay, this is kind of important. I do think that Matt Nagy isn't stupid, and he knows that he's not known for having great details. He's not outstandingly well known for teaching or promoting anybody within his staff. I think, as much as you would say it's his ego, Ryan, I think it's like it's his ego, but it's not because he has a big ego. I think it's an insecurity thing. I think Matt Nagy's pretty convinced, and hey, who's going to disagree with me when I say this, that as soon as he gives up play calling again, he might as well quit. Like, he might as well resign. I mean, come on. What is Matt Nagy doing if he isn't calling the plays? And I know. You might say he'd be a delegatory head coach. He might be a really good manager guy. That's not how he sees him. And I don't know if I do either. Like, if Matt Nagy isn't calling plays, there's no reason to keep him, in my opinion. Exactly, Reinhardt. What is it you do around here? And I think Matt is convinced that if he says, like, there are, like, who's calling the plays, that he's not going to tell you laser. Because, first of all, that does kind of help the Lions. Now they know which tape to go look at. But also, it kind of embarrasses him. So, he's not going to say it. I don't know. Like, we'll see. But I don't think he's going to say it. And I do think he gave it up. Because if it was me, I would just be broken. 1 net passing yard. 1 net passing yard. Come on. Yeah. I don't know. It hurts. But so, Browns keep rolling. I really love this play action stuff. I'm so hooked on it. Granted, a lot of it's from a good offensive line. They built their team really, 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 really well. Like, yeah, John, I think you're probably right about that, by the way. That if he would say, I'm calling the plays, if he was calling the plays. But saying, not sure who's calling the plays, at least calls it into question. But, meh. Gosh. All this stuff's fun. And the Bears just shut so much of it down, too. Like, I look at this offensive line right now. So they're going to go outside zone just like this. And they get a lot of lateral movement. They get what they're looking for. But Angelo Blackson gets so much penetration along with Ogletree that they're able to push them back into here. And suddenly Kareem Hunt's left with nowhere to go. Hicks makes the play. This defensive line, people aren't really going to talk about it. They look good. They look like good. This was a good, good day for the defensive line, and they already looked pretty solid against Cincinnati. And if you guys were at the last stream, we talked about it. We said, hey, it's Cincinnati. At the end of the day, don't get too excited. But against the Browns, oh man, that's the right team. Now, this is a play I do want to talk about. I am really curious to see what you guys think, chat. I really am. So, every time I watch this play, every time, I wonder what the NFL wants here. Okay, so Robert Quinn gets home on a sack, right? He's home on a sack, and nobody wants to blow it dead because it's not flag football, right? But he breaks out of it. Now, here's the thing. If any defender hits Baker in this state, he's gonna die, right? Like, if Baker right now is vulnerable and exposed, like almost to the point where you would want to blow the play dead, but he keeps fighting through it. So when the defender then breaks forward and just tries to get a hand up and accidentally punches Baker in the face, I almost understand not throwing a flag. Not because it isn't foul. The punch in the face thing, yeah, it's roughing the passer with a hand in the face. But the Bears defense had earned a sack. They'd earned the play. The only reason that he got that hand in his face is partially because of the protections afforded to a quarterback. So, I don't know. I'm always torn when it comes to officiating these kinds of things. I'm curious to hear what you guys think, because it's not that I don't want Quinn to finish the sack. Obviously I do. But these are the kinds of plays that, exactly like you're saying, Sean, that in the Seattle, like, plenty of people just blow this dead. Like, right there with him hopping around, they go, play over, plays over. Like, nope, we're done. And so it's such a bad situation that, like, so Bears fan, they called it a flag. They did. And when they called it a flag, they then picked it up. And I think it's because they talked about it and realized, okay, it sucks, but we can't give 15 yards for extending a play and getting punched in the face. Like, especially when he was kind of just asking to get killed. I don't know. I'm always curious to hear what you defensive guys think about this kind of thing, because I look at that and I just find myself like, credit to Baker for pushing through, credit to Baker for trying to make a play, but this seems so dangerous for a quarterback that I'm glad he didn't just get, like, lit up at that point. And I don't know, kind of understand the way that it all goes. But cool to see the defense applying as much pressure as they were. They played, at this point, they started dropping back. Jalen's footwork is just so crisp throughout so much of this. At this point, he's dropping into his zone. They've got Odell bracketed, pushed on, so on and so forth. It's so cool to see the way that they're operating their coverages. And yeah, at this point, everybody down the defense just kind of stops. Like, the play's over to everybody except Baker, who tries to get the ball out. And it looks like, by the way, it's not grounding because 11 was in the area. But people can be pretty everything about it. Oh man, you're making me pick between Hicks and Nichols. Are they both the same price? And how long do I have to pick them? I would tell you Hicks for 2 years. Nichols, the trouble is that defensive linemen can get paid so much. And while I love Nichols as a 5th round pick, he's never developed into, like, a world beater. And you've already got Mario Edwards. You've already got Angela Blackson. You've already got Khalil Mack for forever. And I find myself wondering, like, what are you going to do without that dominant interior defender? And I don't think you get Hicks forever, but I lean that way. Like, I do lean towards, I would take Hicks on a short-term deal for the same price, because I think that Nichols is going to be more about projection, and I don't know if he'll hit that projection. Well, let me say it this way, Bears fan. I don't think Goldman's playing. Like, Goldman's one of those players that as soon as we see him, maybe, but we haven't yet, so who knows. And here Mario Edwards just does a great job. Edwards seems like he's good for one of these per. Like, just a personal opinion, but Edwards seems to have enough juice in his game where he's not a phenomenal down to down lineman, but as an interior defensive lineman, he'll just snap off a pass rush occasionally. Zach, like, he had what, 4.5 sacks last year? Pretty much the same way. I think it might have been more than 4.5 sacks, as a matter of fact. Like, he just snaps a good play off here and there. That's a good or offensive lineman he's just owning, but he owns him right at the point of attack. Really impressive, if you ask me. Like, yeah, Eric, it does seem like a stretch. Maybe go like a 1-2, but yeah, I love Edwards as a rotational guy, especially John. Exactly like you're saying, he doesn't have to be your starting defensive lineman, but especially on passing downs, he helps you kind of get that extra stuff out. Let's see here. So then the Bears offense takes the field again, and it's sad. It's real sad. Thanks so much, Hazma. Just doing what I can. It's always fun watching these things. I mean, I think so anyways. So this is, by the way, we'll probably stop watching the defense here, and by the way, can I make polls? Am I able to make polls? Give me a second. Let's see. You guys are about to get some real warpness, where we're going to see if we can't make a poll. Ooh, I like these. Go ahead and answer. I am curious. Ooh, okay, this is fun. This says, yeah, right, Reinhardt? Exactly. You got to see the stream. But so, I am a little curious as to what you guys think, because I think I know where I stand. Ooh, we got some yeses. I don't know. Like, I like Whitehair as a player, but he's getting paid a lot of money to be kind of meh. But maybe there's part of me that just looks at it and is like, I'm too tired of meh. They've definitely, they can't just throw offensive linemen away, that's for sure. And he is the only solid lineman, so don't make it sound like I hate the guy. He's just inconsistent, more so than I think I want. But so, anyways, this him over Musty, that shouldn't be a question. But so, let's see. Ooh, I'm seeing a lot of spicy. But so, anyways, I like these. Yeah, I do think that bad linemen get better, or good linemen get better with good linemen around them. So let's see. Looks like the Bears actually kind of get caught up here. Tonga makes another play. Well, check this out. Kyrus is just all over the place. Travis Gibson got some meaningful snaps too. He actually looked not bad. Like, this play right here from Travis is a solid edge seal. Don't get me wrong. Like, I don't want to make it out like Travis Gibson was just an animal. He looked like a sophomore. I would argue Tonga even looked a little stronger than he did. But, like, that's an NFL play. That's a play he wasn't making last year. And then Tonga works over. It's not the greatest run stop in the business, but is this the tight front? I gotta know. I don't figure out what makes it tight. Like, is it? It's not the bear aspect, right? Like, that's just. I thought that's bear, isn't it? What the hell is the difference between bear and tight? I cannot tell. But so many people are trying to run Dave Aranda's tight front right now. It is so cool. Oh, okay. Too high nickel tight front. Yeah, you're just gonna have to draw it up. Like, I'm gonna need to see it. Send it to me. I'll absolutely love that. But so, here the Bears are. Oh man, I love this. Because take a look at this. This is the kind of thing that I think is cool based on what they do in this point, where you're gonna see them drop both safeties out. So they've got both safeties way back just in case, because they trust their defensive line up front. This is exactly the kind of stuff that the Rams were doing. Like, they did a great job Oh, Bear is 5 down. Got it. Um, okay, okay. So it's five on the line with 2 high and in nickel. Okay, but so at this point you've got like this is so what the Rams basically did. Just as I talk it out, you guys can hear that I'm losing steam a little bit, but we keep going, never die. But so you've got the Rams would put somebody a little further back, probably keep Shelley there, drop Jalen back to here. But what I love is the emphasis on having coverage in the back end while letting your defensive line just dominate in terms of like how they play this stuff. So this is where I look to myself and I say what's cool is that on this defensive line they're allowing themselves to feature what they've got. Like Desai is building a defense that's entirely built around trying to feature his defensive line, let his defensive line eat and back up his coverage set. So the coverage set in this setting just make sure that they bend, don't break, don't allow those huge plays. And then Edwards comes through, he makes a huge run stop. Like, goodness gracious, this is just like, look at this. This is phenomenal. This is domination. Mario Edwards just sheds, bang, right there. Beautiful stop. Tonga looks like an NFL starter. Like, somebody said he's low and strong. Here he soaks a double team. Like, he pushes it back. Yeah, this was a great game back. Like, let's see. Yeah, go ahead. Talk it out. Let's see. This is gorgeous. I mean, this is the kind of thing that you can't plan for. This is what I want to see more from the Bears, is just quality execution. We don't see this much at this point. I think that the Bears are trying to throw this stuff, by the way. Especially in Cincinnati, you saw a lot of fade kinds of concepts. But, like, this is just a fade against Vildor. It's a one-on-one route. And in this case, Baker just sticks the ball up and lets this guy go get it. I mean, it's gorgeous. That's a beautiful route. What is that, Higgins? Gosh. I watch these things and I get jealous. But, we talked about this earlier. Take a look at this. So, Baker's gonna... Ooh, yeah, teach tape. Check this out. Could you guys hear the meow? That's hilarious. But so, watch this, because I think this is cool. So, watch how quickly Baker gets the ball out. We talked about this earlier. It's Donovan Peoples-Jones. But so, Baker is going to kick out, or he's going to fake, he's going to pull it out, and he's going to throw it immediately. Like, snap, snap, snap. So, take the ball, fake, and throw. And you can see he's already starting his throw, and Donovan Peoples-Jones has not beaten his guy. This is what Fields needs to learn, and I think he will over time. But an NFL quarterback in an NFL example is just letting that ball go now and letting his guy go get it in space. And he does. Like, this is what I would argue Fields is needing to learn, because in this case, he's not throwing this ball. Like, he's not waiting for DPJ to beat the guy down the field. He's just throwing it. And it's a beautiful pass. And Peoples-Jones does a great job getting under it too. But these are the sorts of things that Fields needs. He can throw them. We've seen him throw these kinds of balls, but they need to just get to the point where he knows he can do it. Exactly like you're saying. Like, it is a matter of chemistry. Don't get me wrong. This isn't something that Justin Fields needs to just let her. It's not as simple as saying Fields should do this next week. Like, it's not that easy. You know what I mean? Like, you'd just be guessing. You'd be flying blind. I more just show this to point out, like, at one point I remember way back in the day, I made the point that Trubisky's pocket presence wasn't particularly good because I was able to show that Derek Carr can step up in the pocket. And in this case, if Baker Mayfield takes the snap, throws the ball, like that simply, then Justin Fields can do it too. I think we can agree with that, right? That Baker Mayfield making timing throws like that down the field is something that Justin Fields can absolutely do. It's just a matter of him learning and feeling comfortable enough to do it. And Jordan, past a certain point, I almost don't care if the wide receivers would fight for it. You give him a chance. Like, you're the quarterback, they're the wide receiver. You let him do it. But that's just my 2 cents, especially in a developmental season. Then the Browns just keep going back for it. Ooh, this was the part where I started to wonder whether the Browns just had a little bit of extra juice or whether the Bears were starting to get tired. Because in this case, the Browns start pulling linemen, and it looks as if the Bears' defensive line is just a smidge slower, just a little bit. Not enough to criticize. And hey, Mario Edwards is a gambler, so maybe part of it's just a gap thing. But they pull 2 offensive linemen around, and the defense just seems like they get teed up just that little bit better. And they're doing what they can to slow the bleeding. But remember, they've been on the field for almost the entire quarter by themselves. And so, like, at this halfway point, I know the Browns were looking for this dagger, and oh, did they get it. Like, they did. Like, this team did a great job in general. But yeah, they basically played by themselves in this case. Let's see. This is an angle route that's just wide open. Hicks doesn't get anything. Like, if you watch Hicks on this play, he's exhausted. At least he looks exhausted on this. Like, he's just doing what he can. Quinn's trying to keep like a little bit of pace. But this is also a nice little play. Like, hey, credit to him. These kinds of things with a little check and release angle route are deadly, especially when you get the whole defense sinking back in coverage like they do. Tight end bumps Roquan, so they've got a nice little natural pick right here. Like, this is, ooh, I didn't realize just how much picking action this is. Like, as you watch it, check this tight end out who's going to run, and they're going to pick Roquan. Witchful's video, Jordan. But so, that's a nice little pick right there to start it out. And then kicks the ball over and goes. It's easy. It's easy on your quarterback. When you can pass protect, when you've been able to run the ball, like, it's the kind of thing where you're just starting to run this stuff and he just gets wrecked. Like, the whole defense is just starting to get to the point where Roquan can't do that forever, you know? Like, you can't fight through a pick magically. Yeah, Jordan, I was really expecting it to be, hey, Wayne, nice to see you. Great to have you along. Roquan makes a nice play there to make up for it. You could see they're fighting. Like, the Bears are scrapping. They've just been on the field the entire game. I don't know how many snaps they logged. I just know it was a ton. Well, Ryan, everybody gets beat on angle routes. Angle routes are extremely hard to defend. Like, they're the sorts of things that you have to see coming, or you just have to pass protect for long enough and they'll be open. And the latter happened there, plus a little pick. That's a nice little play by DeAndre Houston Carson. It's a simple one, but oh, Bob, of course I think it needs to move to the offense. I think when you pay better players, you get better results. DHC sees this coming. This is as good as you're going to defend an angle route. They just don't quite get it on second down. Like, check this out. I think this is sweet. Because you've got DHC triggers right there. He's already going to get after it. Just not quite able to make the play, but that's part of why they pay Hill as they do. In the end, ironically enough, about the Foles video, the ultimate conclusion of Foles is a mirror ended up right. That's the funny part. I just didn't listen to myself on it. Where I said Foles was a mirror, he'll show us who Nagy is, and that Foles offense was awful. And I don't mean to rehash it. And the last thing I want to do is act like everything that I do is correct. Thank you so much, Ark. Like, that's amazing. Thanks for jumping along. But so, yeah, I mean, that's one of those that I look back at and I laugh and I'm like, I'm painted the picture Foles can be good, and oh yeah, I know, Ryan. Like, Foles ended up showing us that what Nagy was doing on offense was just not a thing. Here, is this Travis who makes the play? Thanks for jumping in. Seriously, Arc Bears. Yeah, that's Travis who comes in. I always think, by the way, this stuff's hilarious. Like, every time somebody comes through, people always talk, oh, this was almost an interception. Nobody picks this off. Nobody. You just get your hands up and pray that you get it at all. Like, I always think that stuff's hilarious. But, yeah. So, Bears make a play here off of that nice end blitz. Let's see. At this point, we're just watching together. Another screen. Man, these things killed the Bears. They were well timed too. I mean, they're gassed at this point. The Bears are starting to flow all towards like the quarterback at this point. Maybe not all, but you get the idea. Like, this was just well done because it looked like a check and release, and it looks like the Bears tried even to blitz DHC, and DHC just got ran around. Ryan, I'm so caught between. I want the Bears to run more screens, but I want them to run good screens too. Like, you can't just run bad screens. But so, yeah, we do. The Tampa Bay thing was weird. I can't believe they won that game. I still can't. Tampa played bad. Also, the Bears played fine. And not to mention that the other weird one was that Week 8 New Orleans game where the Bears looked good, should have won. Like, Roquan Smith had a game-winning interception in his hands that would have made him an All-Pro. I'm convinced. Roquan picks that off, takes it back, All-Pro. Like, 100%. But that's just, those are the weird ones. But Jordan, I think Cohen's absence hurts more than people want to admit, by the way, because I think Cohen's was electric. I just don't know if Cohen's ever going to come back, like, not to who he was, which hurts. Like, I think he's greatly missed. He's one of the most electric guys we had on offense. And then, by the way, after all of that, Brandon, who covers this? I'm not trying to be stupid, because one thing that I noticed watching this earlier is that here, so you've got this beautiful, beautiful little, like, let's see, right here. I hope Jenkins is coming back. Who knows? But, so, in this one, it looks like you've got this wide receiver running like a very sly 7 to go with Hooper's in, which splits Eddie Jackson specifically. Like, they tie him up where Jackson's got his eyes on this receiver because he's covering for Duke Shelley. Duke Shelley, in this case, might get roasted. On the other hand, you've got Roquan Smith on Hooper, and and Roquan passes him off, I think, to Eddie, but Eddie's not there because Eddie was looking the other way. I'm curious. Maybe it's just a good play. You know, it is possible to have just a good play. I was wondering about that because Roquan just passes him off to nobody, which I don't want to say it's Roquan's fault, but I know Eddie is trying to support Duke Shelley on a clear vertical route, so that's not a problem either for the safety to care there. But it's yeah, interesting to see. Roquan did get bumped. Past a certain point, a good offense is going to get in the end zone, and they did here. It's so funny watching the body language, by the way, of I think it's the offensive line, but he throws it, and oh yeah, look at this one. He's just exhausted. He's exhausted. The Browns' offensive line is tired too, clearly. Like, you can see they've just been scrapping. Like, you can say it's all only defense that gets tired, but here he's just got his hands on his knees. This guy's like, yay. This guy's like, yay. Baker's excited. I would tell you, Ryan, I think it's just, there is a degree of it's the right route for the coverage, and the Bears have not had a lot of these. Like, I wish I could be explaining these to you. The Rams had a ton of these, where with this package being what it is, the Bears lined up in, look, I don't want to call it a static defense, but it looks like cover 2. So they call a cover 2 beater that's going to tie up Eddie Jackson both ways. And unless Roquan turns into a miracle man, you've got Hooper. Or if Eddie Jackson focuses on him, you loft the ball over to whoever Duke Shelley's guy is. So you basically just make sure Eddie's wrong, no matter what happens. And in this case, they do that well. Like, I'd say Eddie's in position for the vert, but he's out of position for the angle, and he gets beat. It does end up looking like 4, or like her 6, that is. But is it 4 to that side? I think it is, isn't it? Let's see. Because he looks like he's playing more standard. Yeah. I think that's 4. Or I think that's 6. But I don't think Eddie's supposed to watch. But I don't know. Always hard to tell. Defenders generally should be looking at their routes. Or at the routes in front of them when they're trying to man-match zone coverage so that they can figure out what's going on. If you just stare at the quarterback, for instance, the quarterback can just look over here, figure out they're in cover 4, and then just look back and snap the ball in a direction. Like, in this case, ooh, wait, what about split the receivers? Like, is that what you want Eddie to do in this case? Just talk it out. Because I'm always curious about the defensive stuff. Sometimes it feels like the defense only exists for the offense to just be impressive around them. Let's see. Do I close the poll? Is that how this works? We will end the poll. Really split, by the way, on that. But so. Yeah. I think that's one of those that you want to see, but also they're an exhausted defense. And that was kind of the ball game. I mean, Bears defense was awesome. They created pressure consistently. They got tired. They got beat. Slowly but surely. I would argue that this felt like strangulation on their part against a good Stefanski team. A good Stefanski team. I definitely think that I think that the defensive scheme looks fun. I'm curious to see what happens. It's not like Desai, best defensive coordinator ever, but I do think he looks better than Pagano. I like a lot of what they're doing from a coverage perspective, and I think that they're getting more than they give on a defense that has Duke Shelley and Kendall Vildor, and I can't tell. Oh, I love the fact that they play Houston Carson more. I really do. Like, I think it's awesome that they've got that they've got more Houston Carson. It is interesting the more that I think about it that so I've learned a lot recently from Brandon about zone eyes. The concept is, what do you see? How do you see zone? And I am curious what Roquan thought he was letting him go for, if that makes sense. Like, in this case, Roquan isn't worried about a running back. I don't think he should be worried about a running back threat in this case. But then he doesn't carry Hooper. Again, would he have made a play? Hard to know. But I am curious as to why he stops outside of, this is my zone, I stay in my zone. So, I don't know. I don't want to pin it on Roquan, but yeah, this is one of those where I would have wanted my safety helping Duke Shelley too, because I would have trusted Roquan. Like you're saying, Reinhardt, I think the conclusion about this game was that the offense was just so backbreakingly bad that it felt like everything crumbled. I don't want to be too hyperbolic, right? I like to think that I make my brand off of measuring twice and cutting once. Like, I really want to, but in this case, I really feel like this game signaled the end of the Matt Nagy tenure. Like, it's over. I think he's a dead man walking at this point, which is part of why I think he handed stuff off. And to a degree, it's just results, Like, we could say, oh, it's play calling, it's teaching, it's this, it's that, and so on and so forth. It's kind of all of it. Like, I personally think that it's the details, and it's the fact that one thing I've talked a lot with friends of mine, Brandon is one of them. I think that one of the problems that Matt Nagy has is that he's so flexible. That's going to sound ridiculous, but Matt Nagy doesn't have that thing that he does and other teams don't. He doesn't have, like, at the end of the day, the Browns are going to run either play action or outside zone or wide zone. Like, they're going to run a zone run and they're going to beat the crap out of you, or they're going to play action pass. Like, That's what they do. The screens, the reverses, everything else, it's window dressing. The shotgun passing, it's window dressing. It's extra stuff. Their fundamental offense is that play action shotgun pass marriage with bunch sets under center. That's what they do. With Nagy, we have seen an under center approach with Mitch Trubisky. We've seen a shotgun only approach with Nick Foles. We've seen a mixed move the pocket Nick Foles offense. We've seen an Andy Dalton just get the ball out offense. We've seen the Matt Nagy, Mitch Trubisky 2019 offense, which was like a West Coast exclusive thing. Like you're saying it perfectly, Reinhardt. It's the whole it's a buffet. Like he has tried so many things to fix it. He has tried McVay. He has tried Shanahan. He has tried. He hasn't tried any Arians, but he's tried more Reed stuff. He's done a ton of Peterson stuff. Like, he has done a lot of offensive schemes. People keep saying, like, his scheme sucks. And I would say he doesn't have a scheme. More than I would say his scheme sucks. The adjustments he made for Fields clearly didn't work. Most of them were OSU. Like, most of those were Ryan Day. And that doesn't mean Ryan Day's concepts suck. It means they weren't ready for the NFL with Justin Fields operating them. And so, at the end of the day, is Matt Nagy a terrible football coach? I think if he was your high school football coach, your team would kick butt. I mean, I think he's forgotten more about football than I would ever know. But I think that there are a lot of coaches that could do as well or better, and it's time to move on. Like, this was the game. 1 net passing yard with the future of the franchise. You basically embarrassed him. You got him sacked 9 times. It's over. Like, it's not a matter of how long he will stay. It's a matter of when he will go. And Bob, honestly, I think he knows. I think the sad part is I think he knows. He just has to keep going. And there you go, right? But so, what scheme would work for Fields? Honestly, I love this play action stuff. Like, maybe I'm a Stefanski head, but think about it. What you have seen from Baker right here. Let's back up a little bit to, like, any of this. Any of it, really. Like, let me see. Most of these plays are very pro Fields. Like, in my opinion, this Stefanski Baker Mayfield offense would allow the Bears to get Monty downhill. They would allow Fields to roll out, take that time, get around, limit his options. Like, Baker Mayfield is not a flit through the read thing, or like flit through his reads guy either. You know, Baker Mayfield and most college quarterbacks, especially young college quarterbacks, are the kinds of guys right now who limit their options. They don't look that hard. But when you've got these bunched sets, if you keep a bunch of guys into pass protect, great. If you don't, great, sure. And I know that there are plenty of people out there that want to see the Dabble offense. And I personally think that if you ran the Dabble offense, that works great too. That's a bunch of empty sets. That's a bold offense. That is an offense that's built to just saw people up. Like, you're going to raid them through the air. But it's not the air raid. And I want to make that clear. It's the EP offense, and I can never remember what that is. Like, I really can't. Joe Brady freaks me out a little bit. The more that I sit there and think about it, the more that I find myself saying to myself that the Joe Brady offense scares me a little bit, because he's so young. Like, he's so young. And he hasn't had a ton of NFL experience. I do think that whether it's Dabble, somebody said Roman in the chat, Roman's a solid option, or like, oh gosh, well, we're not going to get a Stefanski, obviously, but you get those guys with experience, and that generally means that they're at least better about knowing how to teach the details, and I think that stuff matters. Like, look at this. In this case, oh, it's a sack. That's a bad example, isn't it? I want to find one of these plays that I think would work really well for Fields. So this is just a straight drop back that obviously does not work. We've watched a bunch of the Browns offense, and there's one in particular that I know I'm thinking of where it was just like a Max Protect look. The one with the check down that we all liked. Let me see. Well, it's funny because I actually think I already know who the Bears coach is going to be. I took a guess, but I already think I know. Do you guys know? Because it made too much sense. When I heard about it, I went, oh, you've got to be kidding me. That's it, isn't it? I'll let you guys stew on that. But there is a specific coach that I can think of who in almost every way is the opposite of Matt Nagy. And because he's the opposite of Matt Nagy, I went, oh, it's him. Yeah, Brandon knows because I've already talked to him about it. It's Todd Bowles. Former Jet, now the Tampa Bay. Like, it would be Todd Bowles gets his second shot at being a head coach. He's a defensive mind, and hey, he's a hell of a defensive coach. But I didn't say I liked it either. Just to be clear, Reinhard, Todd Bowles is not my favorite option. Todd Bowles is the one that I went, and that's the Bears coach, isn't it? Does that make sense? Like, that's the one where if George McCaskey doesn't sell the team, he goes, man, that Matt Nagy thing did not work, did it? Let's get a defensive guy. Who's a defensive guy? And then Bowles. I mean, Super Bowl defense, maybe 2 times Super Bowl defense. Like, we're just evolving backwards. We almost had it with Nagy, Reinhard. We almost had a modern offense, and then we got mush. We got promised a vanilla sundae, and instead we got warm ice cream. Like, we got warm ice cream. I don't know. It's the worst part is that those Bulls teams could be perfectly okay, but I mean, I hope so, Eric. I really hope so, but I just want to see it. So this is the exact kind of play that I'm thinking of, right? This is a simple one, but like these kinds of plays work well for Fields because Baker goes for the handoff and he has 2 major routes. So if he doesn't like it, maybe you get the tight end leaking out. It's got a little bit of a Y leak action, but here, just drive that ball. That is so Fields. Like, this offense specifically really suits where Fields is right now. Also, the Dabble offense, I think. You're too kind. You're too unbelievably kind, Bob. But so, I look at this and I think, oh man, if Pace does survive Nagy, I wonder if Pace goes defense. But I'll be really curious. Either way, we've got, so these kinds of things I think Fields would fit because they limit his reads a little bit more. They help create these pockets a little bit more. Like you're saying, tumultuous. Bears offensive line, he could be getting wrecked. But remember, he's not going to play he's not going to play Myles Garrett every single week. Like, we know that much. And so there are a lot of things that they could target. AK, I'll take a look at it. I'll tell you what, at some point, I've got to actually sleep, but we'll get there when we get there. All right, so there's one more thing I want to do, so ride with me on this, everybody. You're about to see my internet connection fizz because I'm going to wire in to our fancy schmancy VPN service. We're going to the United Kingdom, and if you want me to do a British accent, you just let me know. But the internet's gonna fizzle, so I'll be right back. Let's see. Are we back? Are we back? Okay, I think so. Cool. You now see how this works, okay? So, welcome to Europe, by Jove. Yeah, alright, let's go to Game Pass. Now you guys get to see what European Game Pass looks like. Like, check this out. Okay, so this is how it works. So now look at all this, by the way. Like, so whenever you want to see the new European Game Pass game, you can go to games. You can just click on the one that you want. Like, let's go. You want this one? And check this out. You want all the coaches' film? There it is. Game of 40 minutes? Sure. Highlights? Yes. This is such a stronger experience. I hate it. I'm so mad because it's so much cleaner in my opinion. Like to you than the American Game Pass experience. It's more expensive, but it's nice. And so what I want to do is I want to take a look at. All right, let's get off Massage Boy real fast. And let's see. We've got 2012 September. So we're going all the way back. Let's see. What are you doing? What are you doing? Give me the preseason. Week 1. Seattle versus Arizona. I just want to turn this on. Dang it. Game in 40. That's going to get me demonetized. We're going to do it. We're going to do it, okay? Alright, so, who cares? We've made the money. Alright, let's do it. Let's see if we can figure out what they did. Because I'm dying to know.
Won the toss, but they've...
I want to know what a Russell Wilson offense looked like in Seattle to see what they did, right? Because they've named him the Week 1 starter, and I'm just curious. But maybe, but Reinhardt, they did give the All-22. I think they just wanted to make it harder for some of the stuff that they, like, I think they just wanted to make it harder, but we'll see. What did I have to ask for, Jordan? Okay, so first play, under center. Is this a Carroll team? Have they hired Carroll yet? Somebody who remembers, let me know. Looks like they're going primarily under center. That looks hilarious. Man, watching Russ this young is hilarious. No, that's where I'm at, John. 100%. Like, that I'm surprised they didn't just charge more myself. But straight drop back, fires. I always like watching the old games. For some reason it feels that way. I can't explain it, but it feels like 2012. Yes, Bob, it did. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, you're talking the defense, Jordan. I'm talking about what offense did they run. Like, this is the, oh yeah, the 2006 Bears stuff is hilarious. Well, it's not hilarious. It's fun, but it's defensively hilarious. That Arizona game, I remember watching it at one point and just laughing my butt off. Like, that was such a funny game. All right, and now, who do they have playing quarterback? I want to see that, and then we're going to get back to the offense part. Is that? Who is that? It's not like Sean Mannion, is it? No way. I don't think Mannion ever started. He's excited. Is it Bradford? No, it's not John Skelton. It can't be John Skelton. I refuse to believe that we lucked into watching the legend himself, John Skelton. Oh, that's a nice throw. That is hilarious. Man, that is a throwback. These are the kinds of plays that I'm surprised Fields didn't get the chance to run. Like, these are exactly the kinds of plays like this specifically. I know it's a rollout boot, and people defend these really differently now, but these are the kinds of things that, you know what? Never mind. Maybe part of me is just sitting there looking at it like, LOL, it's 2011, and we're asking them to run the same plays from 2011. Like, there's a little bit of all of it, right? I can see both sides. Because defenses have figured out how to stop this. It's been 10 years. People have been running rollouts for 10 years. Past a certain point, you gotta have a plan so that you can stop Kyler Murray rolling out. Does make me think. If you guys have anybody else you want to watch, whether it is the masseuse or somebody else, like, we could certainly turn on another game too. Not that I'm saying that this is boring. It's just, I am really curious watching other, like, rookie first starts, if that makes sense. Because I'm with you, Reinhardt. Like, they had 6 months to come up with something to do with Justin and looked unprepared, partially because they were, yes, Bob, it did. It came through while we were on the internet switchover. Well, first game, second year, Ryan, I feel like doesn't count. Like, I'm really curious for, like, what it looks like when Cam started right away. Let's see. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you can call it a stupid plan, but the Bears did not think they were going to start him. They spent 6 months planning their offense around Andy Dalton, and then Dalton got hurt running. Like, I do think it's hilarious that they sat there thinking to themselves, like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. Andy Dalton hurt himself running out of freaking bounds. Let's see. Oh gosh. Reinhardt, I don't know. Like, we can do that not at 1 a.m. I'm just looking for early stuff. Like, we could do Kyler too, but I think Kyler's so much more mobile. But at the same time, maybe we should watch it. Man, even here, one thing that sucks is the Browns' corners were just not this giving. Like, it's silly to say it because it doesn't matter that much, right? But like the Browns' corners just did not allow the Bears to do little sit downs like that. Not quite, but meh. That was just such a bad game. Y'all, best news about that game. It will never happen again. We're done. We got away from it. Nagy running Reed's offense was arguably all of the Dalton stuff this year. That's my honest opinion. Like, that's one of the only reasons. Look, my opinion, right, is that Dalton helped Nagy find his own identity, if only for a little bit, because Dalton helped him run all the Reed stuff that I think he's most comfortable with. Now, did it look good? It looked all right. I think Herbert makes a lot of sense. Let's do Herbert, because it's recent too. Like, I think that makes a lot of sense. It's cool watching Russ, and that's helpful. But like, as a first game comparison, I do think Herbert is a very good one. He comes in pretty quick, doesn't he? Yeah, that's the thing. It looked like it was kind of working. Kaepernick's also pretty old. Let's see. If anybody knows when Herbert gets into the game, let me know. Week 2. Thank you. See, this is why I have you guys. One mind can't fit everything. Somehow I told myself it was week 1. So Tyrod gets stabbed. He plays like the whole game, doesn't he? Yeah, Russell Wilson was just playing what he could. Poor Tyrod. I feel so bad. Alright, here we go. What you got? Anthony Lynn also got fired. Man, I hate these 2x2s. Wow. That's one of the first times I've seen that, like, work. Like, normally I watch, what is this? Like, these guys right out here, that they just stack like 1-1, 1-1, and the defense tends to just shred it because that's, well, I only hate it, Brandon, because I keep seeing it get absolutely jam-stuffed. Like, I keep seeing it just get borne down on. Does that actually work? Are there plays that work? Like, it's not 2x2 or the stack. It's that specifically this formation. I have seen it so many times, and it's always a run. Like, this to me always cues we are just moving everybody out of the way to run the ball against a 6-man box. And hey, they get a decent run out of it. Maybe I clearly just need to watch more because the Nagy stuff has been funny, but it is hilarious that you end up with this where it's like those receivers aren't doing anything. They barely even break off the ball. Let's see. Yeah, we can skip this. It's a run. We know that much. I'm really curious to see what they do because they get 300 yards out of Herbert. Looks like they've got a man set and they're gonna run the ball. Okay, so they're using man so far, or not using man. They're let's see. It feels like a lot of under center. We're 3 plays in. But I think the goal was to give Herbert these opportunities. Yep. It's not even completed, but this is the point. Like, what they were hoping for, and granted, I mean, hey, what did the Bears deal with? I kind of remember I'm not watching it off of a video at this point. But so, the Bears dealt with this guy just coming straight down. Like this guy would just scream down to try to just kill Fields. Yeah, we're talking right now, Ryan, for Fields. But so at this point, what this gives you, if you can get out here, is Herbert has a ton of space and a huge arm to deliver the ball somewhere. Where does he go with it? Who cares? He can figure it out. But he's got the space to step into this throw, like you see here, and just gas the ball out. And he even misses, but it's the opportunity. It's what they're trying to do that helps. Because at least he can throw the ball, and he can think about it. Look at how long he has to think about this. Thinking, let her loose. Like, these are exactly the kinds of things. Yeah, exactly, Reinhardt. I mean, it's silly. He did. Like, John, the key to these exact kinds of plays, I hope that we'll see, is that it gave Herbert the time to be late. Like, if Herbert was late, he could live with it, which is what mattered. Holy crap. Austin Ekeler, goodness gracious. He did almost blow the receiver's gloves off. And in this case, this is a nice reminder that O-line helps. Because if this was the Bears and the Browns, Herbert probably gets sacked here. Just being real. Like, he's looking downfield, he gets bumped by his lineman instead of getting tanked by a defensive lineman, and Austin Ekeler turns it into 40 passing yards. Like, well, that's what happens, Ryan. Remember, like, some people will ask me sometimes, they're like, what creates a good offense? Honestly, the longer a play goes, usually the better. Because, like, watch what's going to happen here. They're running, it's not 4 verts, but it looks like they're running some kind of a dagger concept right here with what seems like a crosser, and I have no idea what these guys are doing. But because the play's been going on for so long, you've just got all this to Ekeler's dadgum self. Like, these are the exact kinds of things that I look at, and I think to myself, okay, like, long developing plays can create these pockets of space. You want those kinds of things. Oh, that the running back's Justin Jackson? I'm dying out here. Okay, so now we've got heavy set. Oh. So then they're playing option football with Herbert, which is interesting. If for nothing else, then they're trying the whole get the quarterback run going, which I gotta tell you, when everybody writes it, I absolutely start to think to myself, like, okay, there's got to be some merit to that, but I want to see why, you know, like quarterback runs, stuff like getting, power options, so on and so forth, the things you could do with Fields. Like, This helps him play college ball quickly. Interesting. And if nothing else, it's kind of hilarious because it looks like Herbert's like missed 2 throws. Like Justin Herbert, who's really good. Well, actually, I don't know if that missed. It actually looks like that might be dropped. Might have even been tipped. Oh, let's see what they got. Shotgun with sort of a condensed set. Motion says it's man coverage. He looks for a... Okay. Yeah, no practice. That's ridiculous. No preseason either. I mean, they're just running stuff, you know? It's man, and he goes to the back. Okay. This is a heck of a play by Eckler. That one's Eckler. It's hilarious because I guess I wouldn't have thought to just throw a floater to the running back, but he comes down with it, so who am I to judge, right? I mean, it's a heck of a play, Ryan. Like, you could just as easily throw an interception on that, but, like, the DB is even thinking about it. But Eckler just jumps in front of the ball. Big play on his part. Teammates helping him out. Oh, go. Easy. I wouldn't say that they're close in terms of comps. It's more that I'm just trying to find Jordan something more. The way I'm seeing it is, Herbert and Fields both have big arms. Herbert and Fields both got criticized for slow processors. Herbert and especially Reinhardt, exactly. It's emergency game planning. That's the real key here. Is what did they do for the big-armed, wide-eyed rookie that had fallen down the draft order when they kind of had to play out of nowhere? Like, what did they do? Let's see here. Because now we gotta find when they're back on offense. Looks like we found it. Okay, bunch set. Screens. Well, we missed the part where he gained a bunch of yards. But a quick RPO screen turns into yardage down the field. And again, I don't think a lot of this would have worked against the Browns because the Browns are insane defense. I mean, they're loaded. They're loaded, top to bottom. But if nothing else, it's really interesting to just watch this and get a sense for, okay, they had a whole bunch of different little formations that they were running. Run play. Stuff to keep Herbert in rhythm. They moved him a lot by the looks of it. Is this an RPO? Oh no, we won't see any adaptation from Nagy. I'm almost certain of that. Unfortunately. I can't tell if that's a screen or a true RPO. Jeepers. Why does it feel like every Charger is breaking a tackle? Credit to him. What did he see that made him think pass key? It's nobody following. That's all it is. It's just beating a guy one-on-one at space. Like, no, seriously. Reinhardt, I completely see it. Like, they're just moving. Like, they're just flying around. Look at this. Like, Eckler in motion, gets that, makes a play in space. Heck of a play, by the way. Look at those wide receivers blocking. AK, it feels like a ton so far. We've almost seen 80 already. Like, the wide receivers get great blocks on their guys. That's stuff we don't see in Chicago. Like, oh, a ton, Sean. Like designed throws. This is the kind of thing when people say designed throws, this is what people mean. They mean whoop. And it's an easy completion because what's he going to get? Picked off. Like he's behind the line of scrimmage. Worst case scenario, nothing happens. Because I know Herbert throws for 300 yards, but right now it seems like they may run for 300 yards. Let's see. Probably. Oh man, the Buffalo offense is intense. I need to see more, but just that getting outside of just Bears tape is something that I know I need to do more, because I watch as much as I can, but actually sitting down for all 22, usually between Real Job and making Bears stuff, I'm just rushing around. Motion clearly reveals. Look at that. Like, no, I agree with you, Jay. Like, I love the fact that on this one, motion clearly reveals a man set. So they've got at least a man set to the left. Let's see what Herbert does with the information he's just going to give. Oh, and Bob, absolutely. I mean, the Chiefs' defense isn't quite as... It's not near as good as the Browns' defense. Who am I kidding? Like, we don't need to pretend that that's not the case, right? But, man... I appreciate this. This whole offense is allowing for Herbert to be a part of it and to fuel it without having to be it. It felt like the Nagy offense. I don't know if you guys felt this, but I think what I'm most frustrated by is that it felt like the offense came down to Fields, if that makes sense. Like, there were no wide receiver bubble screens where it could be somebody else needing to make a play. It couldn't be Allen Robinson leading for the front with his blocking, or Darnell Mooney making a move in space, or anything like that. Like, it's just... It was just like, we're either going to hand it off and get basically nothing, or we're going to have Fields try to throw it. And if he can't make a completion, we're effed. And that just... Yeah, I think, Bob, it was a little of everything. I'm really, really stunned that Nagy made a player that I like so much look so bad. Like, so much looks so bad. But at the same time, I watched this and, I mean, Reinhardt, because I think you've got a good track for it. But Anthony Lynn, where did he go? Because their offense is doing cool stuff, right? Right? Correct me if I'm wrong there, but it doesn't surprise me. I mean, they look tight here. AC Lions? I like the Lions more than I should nowadays. They aren't a talented team, but they are scrappy. They're trying. Like, it's one of those where I think the scary thing, Hiteshi feels like they don't do it enough. Just to give you a good question, an example there. But yeah, and here's Dragon. Well, I don't know if they're legit, Jordan. I think that you say it a lot, but they're building it the right way. They're getting there. I wish they were still with Patricia, because Patricia was easier, but they really are fighting like hell. It's one of those games where, like, I think they will win. For the Bears to not win, like, would be shocking. The Bears are a more talented team, over and over, probably. But they've got to play like it, and that has been the problem. But here's another example. Look at this. So here we've got a play-action rollout, and Herbert's going to get really deep. No curl around, by the way. Like, what you're going to see here isn't this. It's not this. It's deep and deeper. Like, stay deep, stay deeper. And it gives Herbert time, if nothing else. Because this KC defender right here triggers off of it. He's like, okay, I got to go get him. Like, standard RPO defense. And in fact, if we were harping Herbert, right, I would look you dead in the eyes, and I would say, throw there. That's usually the read. Like, yes, you're not sure he's open, but in the NFL, you throw there. You let that guy curl up field. You take like 5 yards. But he's a rookie, so he's hunting deep, just like we saw somebody else do in today's stream. He ends up trying to throw it. The throw doesn't really have a chance, but hey, he's got the arm to try it. Why not? This is very reminiscent. This is cool, if for no other reason than I think it reminds me that a lot of what this did was, or a lot of what Herbert did and Anthony Lynn was that they played a defense that let them play the game that they wanted to play, but they also designed an offense that, let Herbert process it at his speed. He hasn't made a ton of it's gotta be like here, or here decisions that were like timely, if that makes sense. I think he threw one hook route just a little while ago that we saw. I didn't point it out because we were talking about something else. But the point being, this offense took the mental strain off of Herbert largely and placed it over these elongated boot action kinds of plays. This really is the perfect offense, in my opinion, for a rookie as raw as Herbert was, because you can let him adjust to the NFL game slowly and over time. Here's another boot. I think he's going to get this one. Bam. Ooh, tight. Close. Guys, this is a good spot for it. Ryan, I live in Dallas. With Hitesh hopping off, I know I'm sitting here thinking to myself, we really could watch this whole game, but it's also 1:30 in the morning, and past a certain point, I think I am almost being negligent of what you guys are putting up with. But like, it's cool to see what they were doing here, because this makes me feel like the Nagy offense really did struggle. At least it seems like it. Now again, I think personally the Bears would have gotten mugged doing anything, just about, because that Browns defense is nasty, and watching them again just makes them look nastier. I didn't realize how well Denzel Ward played until watching today. I do. Let's see. I know, Eric, I don't understand why I'm not from Chicago either. I just know I'm not. But so, and it is a crazy schedule. I'm a technical consultant, Jordan. So I do IT stuff, coding, the magic coding. But I want to do this. I mean, look, not to sound stupid. I'm sure everybody sounds this way. Ooh, come on, Justin, make the throw. But I always find myself, or I would love to do this kind of thing where if I get the time, oh my gosh, I made, what is the word? Bob, that's the worst. But so my hope would be that if I have that kind of time, whether it's Bears content, all NFL, yes, like there's tons of stuff that I've found that I can do with even just a couple of hours, but man, I don't get the impression, or I don't get much time to do any of that. AK, I work in any kind of tech stack, like Java, front end, back end, Scala. I've been doing .NET recently. Like, it's so much. It's too much sometimes because they just keep moving me around. But like, I haven't done a ton of Python. Python's, I feel like, the one that I really haven't done much of. But either way, I end up just getting shopped around a whole bunch of things. Hey, John, I don't blame you. There's a lot of money in it. You know? At least it seems that way for now. But y'all, you have been... That's awesome, Jordan. Keep going for it. Oh, Ryan, the thoughts on the move to Arlington Park. Okay, so, you guys ready for this? You guys ready for the non-Chicagoans' opinion? I, personally, don't have one. I remember I tried to care. I tried to care for a second, right? But then I recognized that I'm not from Chicago. I don't live in Chicago. And I heard enough people complain about how it was to get in and out of Soldier Field, the parking, the walk, the train, the time, the everything, the capacity, everything. So the fact that they're moving, I don't know, it makes sense. It made sense for the Dallas Cowboys years ago. Jerry World is huge, and now Jerry World draws a ton of concerts, and it's fun. It's expensive, but it's fun. They'll still be the Chicago Bears, Ryan. Come on. Like, it's Saul, I'm not even from the suburbs. Like, that's the thing. Like, I sit there and I sit there, yeah. I find myself happy with the Arlington move just because it lets the Bears get bigger, make a gambling facility, can be all nice and swanky. But either way, guys, 60 of you crazies have let me see. I get you, Jordan. I know what you mean. I'm in the same vein as you, but it sounds like the city didn't want to make it work, and I don't want to believe, or I just don't believe Lightfoot about the whole getting mad about it thing. Like, the land was out there, they had the opportunity, and I do think stadium upgrades can bring a lot of that stuff. Exactly like you're saying, Cole. I think you won't like it until you see the facility. And when you see the facility, I think you can go, ooh, wait, this is nice. It's just my guess. But all these new stadiums, SoFi, AT&T, like the Death Star in Vegas, there are so many of these new stadiums that just slap. They look so nice. And so we'll see what happens. But I would love it if Chicago. Okay, how do you guys feel about turf? That's gonna sound silly, but I do know that by the time we get to September or December and November, it feels like the Bears can't play fast because the grass just gets so crappy and muddy from the parks department. Like, I laugh a little bit looking at that, where I think to myself, getting to whether it is tumultuous. I'm very curious about that. I can't imagine the team that's slogan is bear weather is gonna have a dome, but at the same time, if it's not retractable, they can't host a Super Bowl. You said that well, Sean. Whether it's the McCaskies or whether they sell the team, I think that they'll want that dome so that they can host the big February game, if you know what I mean. It'll be interesting. It'll be very, very interesting. I tend to think that they'll get a retractable dome and they'll go with artificial turf. And the injuries can't get worse. We've had enough ACL injuries, God knows. But so at least it would hopefully help the Bears feel and play faster. But who knows? SoFi's gorgeous. I think the Death Star's hilarious. I really do. Like the Vegas Stadium, I think it's awesome. But man, I'm with you, Worm. Like a dome. I think it would be fun even to have a couple of snow games. But who knows? I don't know. That's just so Bears. I couldn't imagine the Bears without it, But tickets to the Raiders game, as I understand it, are crazy. They're crazy. But either way, guys, we could talk about the Bears for further hours. I think I can now officially say that when I tell people, I could talk about the Bears for hours, I mean it. Because this was 4.5 hours, wasn't it? This was 4.5. Tune in next time for hopefully a win. And a little bit less ASMR and more Bears analysis and more everything analysis. I hope. Lot we can do here with everything. Oh, Ryan, every Wednesday. But yeah, I know Saul, right? But I have work in the morning. But we will, I sure hope so. Guys, I hope you had a great time. tell your friends, subscribe to the channel. Let's blow this thing up. This is you guys. This is me. It's all of us, right? It's a community. That sounds so corny, but I've really started to buy into it. If you like what we're doing, we're gonna build up to it. 10K coming up, 20K after that. Like, you guys are great. Awesome stuff. Great conversations. Have a great rest of your night. And dadgummit, let's fire Matt Nagy. I think we can agree with that. Let's do it. Let's move on. Let's sign the petition. Change.org. Change. Change. Man, that's crappy. But if you did that on like a time lapse, it could be hilarious. Oh my gosh, there's 1,000 signatures. Of course there is. Either way, guys, you're awesome. Great stuff. Talk to y'all soon.